granny shit. Empty out your pockets, I need. I got what sucker for.
Hands up, Gabriella, Gabriella. It's a weekend.
Baby zombie man! Island could I do? Island could I do? Island could I do? Island could I do? Island could I do?
Oh no. I don't think we can do a black last time. What kind of type of island should we do? Like, what's that island template should we? Like, we're also thinking of black flat.
What island do I want?
This is very hard. It's like, it's not seem really that. I guess we could do like a. We could do an ice snake. Then we're just gonna. We could just go.
Well,
Let me just take this.
let's have a look at this. I'm just having a look at a bunch of maps. Don't go in yet. I'm just having a look at it, see if it's right to use.
Yeah, I'm gonna try using.
This is it. Would this be alright? I don't know.
Oh, so.
Let's do a test. Obviously it's gonna fail.
Let's do some snow and gravel.
Yeah. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. Now we can do this. Yeah, this isn't the island that I want to use. I don't even know what half these islands are, but yeah. Anti-Lucas 1v1. What's this?
Yeah, we had such a big fight. That's what I was.
When? When did you have the big fight?
When we were doing something big ones. Like, we really wanted to make like a fake, man.
Like, how long ago was this?
Not a lot. That's why he was playing solo.
What's happened today?
Yeah.
Oh, that explains it. But you still good with him?
I don't know.
Fair enough.
Because like Lewis wasn't like he's trying to make like a montage. Yeah, he's just getting mad over the charge shotgun.
Who was?
Lucas.
The charge shotgun. Oh well, surely you'll get along again soon.
Did you know? Sonic Heroes holds the Guinness World Record for the most playable characters in a platform game, with 12 characters total. This is thanks to the game's team-based gameplay, which has 3 characters being controlled at once. The focus on team-based play was partly a response to the Sonic Adventure titles and their various gameplay styles. The game's director Takashi Iizuka felt that having Adventure 1 and 2's gameplay change drastically between characters limited their audience to hardcore gamers. The title Sonic Heroes was chosen to distance Heroes from the Sonic Adventure games. If Heroes was titled Sonic Adventure 3 instead, gamers who didn't play the first 2 adventures might have been discouraged from buying it. Heroes was also streamlined to the point of excluding fan-favorite features such as the Chow Garden. These side quests were removed so that nothing distracted from the main game and hurt its pacing. The bosses in Heroes were specifically designed to flee from players. This was done to keep the gameplay between the main stages and the boss battles consistent. In past Sonic games, the player would run at high speeds until encountering a boss, where the game would come to a halt. Accommodating new players was a large concern for the team, as Heroes was the series' first true multi-platform game. Sonic Team licensed the Renderware engine to make porting Heroes to the GameCube, PlayStation 2, and Xbox easier. The team also hoped that using the same engine would make the various ports comparable. Despite this, the PS2 version of Heroes was notably lower in quality than its counterparts. The PS2's weaker performance meant that Heroes suffered from a worse frame rate, as well as aliasing. Iizuka believed they could have made the game run better if it was built from the ground up to run on the PS2. The designers' focus on accessibility affected the game's visuals and story as well. Critics noted that level themes in Heroes were more creative than either of the adventure games. In an interview with Electronic Gaming Monthly, Iizuka explained that previous 3D Sonic games were constrained by story requirements, as levels had to fit a coherent narrative. Heroes lacked an involved story, so its levels were free of requirements and could be more imaginative. Iizuka apparently wanted to make a 3D pinball stage like Casino Park as early as Sonic Adventure, but couldn't find a way to make it fit the game's world. Sonic Heroes saw the return of the Chaotix crew, a team that had made their only appearance in the Sega 32X game Knuckles-Chaotix. It too featured team-based gameplay, with 2 characters being tethered to one another at all times. As the characters perfectly fitted the Sonic Heroes' team-based gameplay, Sonic Team decided to reuse them. However, the current incarnation of the team is very different from their debut. Originally, the group wasn't a detective agency, SPO wasn't a ninja, and Charmy the Bee was described as being surprisingly sophisticated. This change can be attributed to Sonic Team never having anything to do with the Chaotix's original portrayals, as Knuckles Chaotix was developed by a different internal team at Sega. In Iizuka's mind, Sonic Team weren't just reviving past characters, but essentially making new characters using old designs. Interestingly, Charmy's revised personality resembles his portrayal in the UK tie-in comic, Sonic the Comic, which was made almost 9 years earlier. The comic's version of Charmy had a tendency to annoy his teammates with bizarre mannerisms and a hyperactive personality. This is similar to his appearance in Heroes, where he is described as a scatterbrained funny kid. Cream the Rabbit had a complicated entrance to this series. Cream was planned to debut in Heroes, but made her playable premiere in Sonic Advance 2, over a year before the release of Heroes. She was added in order to make Sonic Advance 2 more distinct from the first Sonic Advance game. This also let Sega introduce Cream before she appeared in the first episode of the anime SONIC.EXE. Tails' voice actor, William Corkery, was only 10 years old when Heroes was released, making him the youngest actor ever to play a character in the Sonic series. His sister Emily also lent her voice to the game at only 14 years old, playing Charmy B. Their father, Bill Corkery, was also the voice of SPO the Chameleon. While Team Chaotix's Team Blast may sound unintelligible, each player is actually singing their own distinct lines. The vocals either cut each other off or get drowned out by sound effects. Their Team Blast's presentation may also be a nod from an unused idea from Sonic 1, where Sonic and Vector played in a band for the game's sound test. An early version of Sonic Heroes' Attract Mode video can be found in Sonic Mega Collection Plus. The cinematic is a work in progress, with the visuals switching between finished and incomplete animation. It also features an unfinished version of the game's titular song. This version has no lyrics written, with singer Johnny Joeli instead scatting the tune. Unused files also hint at several changes during Heroes' production. In the retail version of Heroes, Team Rose and Team Chaotix only play through small segments of full levels. But it seems this wasn't always the case. Dialogue also exists for Mystic Mansion that alludes to a room full of doors and switches. However, no such room exists in Heroes. In the final game, using Team Blast during battles will revive fallen teammates, but unused audio suggests that at some point, the Team Blast could only be used if all 3 characters were still active. Unused lines also hint that the Metal Madness fight was planned to be very different. The boss would have wielded additional powers, such as the ability to turn invisible. There's also a mistranslated line in Sonic Team's version of Final Fortress. After pressing the self-destruct button in the first area of the game, Tails will ask, "Wonder why it's self-destructed?" The line doesn't make much sense, as Tails advises the player to hit the self-destruct switch beforehand. In the Japanese script, Tails instead asks why Dr. Eggman would make the self-destruct switch so easily accessible, a joke at the expense of the level design. In Super Hard Mode, Knuckles asks Tails if he can handle the stormy weather, and Tails admits that he's a little afraid of it. This is potentially a reference to the 1993 Sonic the Hedgehog OVA, in which Tails was astrophobic. One of the most unusual details of the game lies within its instruction manual. According to the booklet, Dr. Robotnik is both a romanticist and a feminist. Another secret can be found while playing as Team Dark. If the player is currently controlling a character other than Rouge and looks at her in first-person view, she will turn to them and wink. Did you also know that the Shadow the Hedgehog game was made after Sega got requests from fans to give Sonic a gun? Did you know Mario was considered as a possible character for the Wii version of Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing? The plan was dropped, as Sumo Digital didn't want to cross-contaminate All-Stars Racing with the Mario and Sonic series. The game was also planned to feature more obscure characters. Golden Axe's Gilius Thunderhead was originally considered for the game. Soon after Sumo completed work on Sega Superstars Tennis, they were asked to work on another Sega-themed game. They decided to make this new title a racing game, partly due to their experience working on the Outrun series. Sumo also drew inspiration from the Mario Kart series, Diddy Kong Racing, Sega Rally Revo, and Forza. An early version of the game had Sonic racing on foot, Eggman using a walking mech, Tails driving the Tornado, Amy in a similar vehicle to Sonic R, and Gilius Thunderhead riding a chicken leg. However, Sumo decided that bipedal characters made the game less fun to play. Drifting looked unnatural on foot, and there was a huge size difference between characters that did or didn't have a vehicle. They decided to rework the game, and Gilius was dropped during one of the revisions. The loading screens in Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing have tips under the title, Sonic Says. This is a possible reference to a segment from the 1993 cartoon, The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. Speaking of old Sonic cartoons, the Wii and PC versions of the game contain an interesting mistake. The cards on the floor of Roulette Road don't have Amy Rose as the Queen of Diamonds, but Sonia the Hedgehog instead. This is Sonic's sister from the 1999 cartoon, Sonic Underground. Fans quickly noted the image was identical to Sonia fan art by DeviantArt user Lightning Duchess. The connection between the two is confirmed by the game's executive producer, Steve Lysette, who apologized for using the art without permission. In his apology, Lysette explained that an artist looked for official art to use as a placeholder, but mistook the fan art for official art of Amy. When the game was sent to Sonic Team for approval, they caught the error and asked Sumo Digital to fix the image. While the texture was corrected in the HD versions of the game, the team overlooked the mistake in both the Wii version and the PC version at low graphic settings. While the artwork was patched out of the PC version, there was no practical way to correct the Wii version due to its limited online functions. After the game's announcement in May 2009, fans learned that the character Knights wouldn't appear in All-Stars Racing. In response, the fan site KnightsIntoDreams.com launched the Don't Forget Knights campaign, intending to show that Knights still had a dedicated fan base and was worthy of inclusion. While the game was too far along in development to include Knights, Sumo still had the character's assets from Sega Superstars Tennis. They responded to fans by having Knights cameo as a flag bearer. Knights, Riala, and the Dream Valley stage were also included in the sequel, Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed. The flag bearer position, however, was given to Rystar, an often overlooked Sonic Team character. Bayonetta was also planned for inclusion in All-Stars Racing Transformed, but was ultimately rejected. Bayonetta's character has an adult tone, and developers feared that including her would raise the game's age rating. Throughout development, Sumo needed Sega's approval when implementing characters and locations. However, rather than being referred to a committee, Sumo had to get approval from the developers of each franchise. Sega did this to make sure characters were as true to their original games as possible. At one point, the team had to present the level Rogue's Landing to Shuntaro Tanaka, the director of Skies of Arcadia. Despite his cold exterior during the presentation, Tanaka was allegedly so overjoyed by how well they captured Arcadia that he began to cry. Sonic Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed was announced on April 30th, 2012, a few months after the launch of Mario Kart 7 for the Nintendo 3DS. Similarities were immediately drawn between the two, with both games' major selling points being their seamless transition between land, sea, and sky during races. However, Transformed had been conceived long before Mario Kart 7 was revealed at E3 2011. Lyset told Edge Magazine, "They weren't doing the same thing, but it was a bit of a shame because ours was coming later, and it looked like we'd copied them. We never thought they'd do something like that." The team initially had trouble making the water racing segments. They tried realistic water physics at first, similar to Nintendo's Wave Racer series. Sumo didn't feel like this fit, however, and after almost 50 revisions, they settled on something similar to Midway's Hydro Thunder. The team also had issues with the flight segments. They originally created a course based on Sonic Heroes' Seaside Hill to experiment with flight, land, and water racing. Players could fly freely, but this made it hard to give the user any direction. This problem was resolved when Sumo scrapped the Sonic level and created a course based on Panzer Dragoon. The flight area of this track was placed in a canyon, which limited players' options and gave them a natural direction to follow. Sumo also had trouble unifying the game's controls. Originally, each segment of the track felt like a completely different game, and it wasn't until a year and a half later that Sumo finalized the controls. The team also considered adding a story mode in Transformed. This mode featured a villain, kidnapping characters from various Sega universes and forcing them to race for his own amusement. At the end of this mode, the villain would be revealed as Dr. Eggman in disguise. Ultimately, Sumo believed there was no good reason for these characters coming together and abandoned the idea. They also worried about the cost of acting and animation for cutscenes, which only gave them more reason to scrap the story. On the official Sega forums, Steve Lyset issued fans a challenge. If they made a poll and 1,000 people wanted a particular character to be playable, he'd ask Sega if they could be in the game. Fans made the poll, and characters that reached over 1,000 votes included Hatsune Miku, Vector Man, Rystar, ToeJam and Earl, Bayonetta, and the Japanese Sega Saturn mascot, Segata Sanshiro. Eventually, Shenmue's Ryo Hazuki was approved by Sega. This was possible due to him appearing in All-Stars Racing, and a lot of his assets could be reused. Although Ryo was the only character to make a playable appearance, Segata Sanshiro did make a cameo in the game's Race of Ages track. He can be seen in the background when the player completes a lap in first place, riding a missile with a giant Sega Saturn on his back. These are references to his bizarre commercials, the last of which showed him saving Sega HQ from a missile attack. In December 2013, Simon Honeydew Lane of the YouTube channel Yogscast was added to Transformed. This was part of a charity drive to age Special Effect, a charity that helps people with disabilities play video games. The character Ages makes numerous allusions to other Sega properties. In its boat form, it's shaped like a Dreamcast controller. As a car, it takes the form of the Hornet from Daytona, USA. And in the air, it takes the form of an F-14 Tomcat jet, referencing Afterburner. Humorously, Age's boat form sounds like the Dreamcast's infamously loud disc reader. Did you know? The Sonic series didn't even get past the first game's title screen without a glitch. The text "Press Start" button was supposed to show up in the final game, but doesn't. Sonic Retro user Quickman discovered that this text still exists in the game, but isn't shown due to a programming bug. The Sonic Team Presents screen uses the same chunk of memory as the Press Start button text, and as the memory isn't cleared properly, Press Start button doesn't appear. It's possible that the Sonic Team Presents screen was added or modified after the title screen was finished, and the game's code wasn't updated to accommodate the change. The Sonic series went on to have so many glitches that the Sonic 3 instruction book actually referenced them. The manual says these game-ending bugs are Robotnik's diabolical traps, and advises the player to reset their console if they fall into a trap they can't escape from. Glitches also had a large impact on Sonic's early fan community. According to Sonic veteran Yuji Naka, the debug mode was left in Sonic 1 because they felt players would have fun with it. One of the series' more infamous glitches came from this decision. The palette-swapped Sonic, dubbed Ashura by fans. To activate the glitch, the player must input both the level select code and the debug mode code, then enter Emerald Hill Zone and rapidly place waterfall sprites. If done correctly, Sonic's palette will change from the familiar blue to green, red, and black hues. This glitch happens because there's limited space in the sprite status table, which stores information about the game's sprites. When enough waterfalls are placed, they exceed the table's memory, and the data spills over into the neighboring palette cache, altering Sonic's colors. The glitch was first discovered by Charles Keegan Mugg, who ran a Sonic fan site in the early 1990s, dedicated to the Japanese games and media. He dubbed the glitch recolor Ashura. While the glitch seems fairly innocuous, it had a huge impact on the Sonic community, with fans attaching themselves to the character and creating art, comics, and fan fiction around Ashura. A similar bug can be found in the Sega 32X game Knuckles.EXE. By entering the stage select code, the player can pick an unknown character whose name only appears as a series of asterisks. The character uses Knuckles' sprite, but with a garbled color scheme. This character has been dubbed Weknia by the community, a portmanteau of white and echidna. To explain Weknia's existence, we need to look back to Knuckles.Chaotix's prototype on the Genesis, Sonic Crackers. Crackers lacked the expanded cast of Chaotix, instead starring only Sonic and Tails. As development progressed, the cast and even the console completely changed. However, remnants of Sonic and Tails' presence can still be found in the final release. Mighty occupies the first slot in the character select screen, and his sprites are clearly based on Sonic sprites from the Crackers prototype, alongside some from Sonic CD. This would mean Mighty is a modified Sonic, explaining his placement as the first character. Weknia is in the second character slot. This suggests the character is just leftover code from Tails that latched onto whatever moves and art assets the quote was pointing at. This theory is all but proven by prototype 0119. In this build, holding up and jump will make Weknia float, which, while not animated, functions identically to Tails' flight. Although 2D Sonic games have their share of glitches, 3D Sonic games are more closely associated with bugs. The weak collision detection in Sonic Adventure lets players perform many tricks to access areas they aren't supposed to. In the Dreamcast version, the player can complete Sonic's final egg extremely quickly using a glitch. By charging up a light-speed dash and then spin dashing off the ramp at the start, the player can clip out of bounds. If done correctly, they'll find an animal capsule, which ends the level. It's unknown why the capsule was left here, and it was removed in subsequent ports. The Sonic Adventure Bug Database is a collection of bug reports made by internal staff between 1998 and 1999, and has many entries after the game's Japanese release. The database is currently hosted online, and illustrates some of the problems Sonic Adventure faced. A number of bugs are the game testers voicing concerns or suggesting content to be added. Some comments include suggesting a multiplayer mode in Twinkle Park, concerns about Tails following Sonic into the shower in Casinopolis, asking for the level Lost World to have a different name, perhaps to avoid association with the film, and even a suggestion that Sonic shouldn't be able to take a Chow egg from a store, as it violated Sega's guidelines on encouraging antisocial behavior. Some testers also complained that the game had too many human characters. They asked that more animal characters be added, such as characters from Sonic the Fighters and Knuckles.Chaotix. In Sonic Adventure 2, notes from testers can be found in the game itself. The mission descriptions for the test level read: First mission, make sure we debug this. Second mission, find 100 bugs. Third mission, find bugs that you couldn't find. And last mission, try bug 0. Despite the testers' determination, some bugs still made it into the final game. One of the series' most iconic sequences, the truck chase and city escape, can be ruined if the player turns around and air dashes at the truck as soon as it appears. By dashing with precise timing, Sonic will intimidate the truck into reversing through the barrier, letting the player finish the level in peace. This glitch occurs because of a constant distance buffer between Sonic and the truck. If the player defies expectations and turns around at the right time, the truck ends up reversing to maintain the buffer. In the game's Chow Garden, the player has the option to sell their unwanted items for rings. The player's ring total is saved in the game's save slot, which is separate from the Chow Garden save slot. As the game save slot updates before the Chow Garden save slot, by selling items at the Chow area and then quitting without saving, the player can update their ring total in-game without losing any items. Despite this being a fairly popular glitch, it was not fixed in any version of the game. The Chow Garden is associated with another glitch known as the Chow Key glitch. If the player dies, there's a 75-frame window before the screen fades out, which can be useful for glitching. If the player dies as they complete the level, they will be sent back to the previous checkpoint in full control of their character as the results screen appears. If the player then collects the Chow Key right as the level ends, the game will wrong warp the character. Rather than send them to the Chow Garden as it normally would, it instead sends them to the test level. This glitch doesn't work on the Dreamcast version, but in versions with a 16:9 aspect ratio, it's possible to activate the glitch in other ways. If the player locks the camera at the right distance from the key as it's collected, it won't be able to reach the HUD to become a 2D image. The key will remain a 3D model, which will also activate the glitch once the level is completed. Ordinarily, this glitch will send the player to the test level, but it's possible to use it to reach other levels. By playing a best of 3 in multiplayer before activating the Chow Key glitch, the game will transport the player to the last level played in the best of 3. This way, levels can be played by characters they weren't designed for. It's theorized that the game has a value that tracks if the player came directly from one level level into another without going through a menu, which can be done in a best of 3 or by using a Chow key. When the player collects a Chow key, this value is set to send them to the Chow Garden once the level ends. With the Chow key glitch, this value is not updated, so it'll send the player to the last value entered. The test level is evidently a default value, so it sends the player there unless they overwrite it by playing the multiplayer. Sonic.EXE is notoriously glitchy, with too many bugs to detail in this video. The game is so buggy, in fact, that one of Sonic's basic abilities wasn't programmed correctly. Sonic's custom powers were supposed to be limited by the action gauge at the bottom left of the screen. However, this was either never programmed, or the action gauge doesn't deplete due to a bug. This means Sonic can use his powers infinitely, completely breaking the game. It's also possible to finish Sonic's story early. By using the homing attack on an NPC, then talking to them, the player can lure them away from their default position. By luring an NPC with an optional quest over to the water, the player can fall in the water while the text box is active. The player needs to hold the action button as they respawn, and the prompt will remain on screen while they move around freely. By entering a story mission and then accepting and completing the optional mission once inside, the game becomes confused. It tries to eject the player out of the mission, and since that isn't normally possible, the game boots the player to the credit sequence. Sonic Unleashed makes a tongue-in-cheek reference to Sonic.EXE's poor quality. In Eggman Land, there's 3 egg fighters with serial numbers referencing past Sonic games. EFMD1991 references the original Sonic on the Mega Drive, released in 1991. EFDC1998 is short for Dreamcast 1998, the console and year that Sonic Adventure was released. And EFXB2006, which means Xbox 2006 for Sonic.EXE. The last serial appears to be glitching. Unleashed wasn't without glitches though. It's possible to exceed Sonic's typical top speed using M speed or maximum speed and D speed or directional speed. Both terms refer to the maximum speed Sonic can reach while traveling through the air, M speed in 3D and D speed in 2D. The glitch involves pushing the analog stick gently in a specific direction and then accelerating quickly. If the player performs this correctly and then jumps, Sonic will retain a lot more speed than he is supposed to. Skilled players use this trick to get out of bounds and skip huge chunks of the level. It's also possible to perform this glitch in Sonic Generations, although it's a lot trickier to pull off. In Sonic Boom, Rise of Lyric, the player can pause while Knuckles is rising before a ground pound to reset the action. This allows them to use the ground pound again, rising slightly higher. They can continue to pause and ground pound to jump infinitely. This glitch, along with many others in the game, was fixed in a patch released in January 2015. The patch was 1 gigabyte, which was fairly large for the Wii U. The reason the patch was so large was because the level geometry and collision are stored in Steam files, which cannot be changed. Altering the tiniest bit of a stage meant replacing it entirely.
Did you know? The final boss of Sonic the Hedgehog on Genesis has a glitch that makes him unbeatable. If the player lands the final blow on Robotnik, but then immediately hits him again before the piston reacts, it becomes impossible to finish the fight. The hit counter for the boss cannot go lower than 0, so hitting Robotnik twice in quick succession will cause the counter to roll back to its maximum value. This means that the player would have to land another 255 hits to win, which is impossible before the timer runs out. In sequences where developers didn't want Robotnik to die, they would set his health to 255 points and make sure he wasn't on screen long enough to attack him hundreds of times. However, in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, it's possible to exploit glitches and beat Robotnik where developers didn't intend. In the Hidden Palace Zone, it's possible to break a cutscene by panning the camera up, then using Tails to keep Supersonic off the ground while fighting Knuckles. This will keep the camera high when the cutscene starts, somehow altering the next scene so that Knuckles never appears. Instead of fighting Knuckles, Robotnik will attack where Knuckles was supposed to be, and then stay still, allowing the player to hit him. Hitting Robotnik 255 times will bring his counter to 0, and he will burst into a flicky. If Sonic lands on spikes in Sonic 1 immediately after taking damage, his invincibility frames won't activate, and without rings, the player will immediately lose a life. While it's debatable whether or not this is a bug, it was changed in sequels as well as subsequent re-releases of the game. Although more more of an oversight than a glitch, the mobile port of Sonic 2 also fixed the infamous spike-related mishap. Mystic Cave Zone Act 2 has a deep pit with spikes at the bottom. The pit is a beginner's trap, intended to kill the player if they rush into it. If the player has unlocked Supersonic, the player is forced to wait minutes until their rings tick down to 0. The pit became something of a meme in the Sonic community, and was fixed in the 2013 mobile port by combining it with another fan-favorite talking point. It became the entrance to the Hidden Palace Zone, a level from the original release that gained a lot of attention in the community. There is a popular glitch in the classic games known as zipping. Normally, the collision detection in these games is programmed to prevent Sonic from entering walls. However, if the player manages to force Sonic into a wall, then pushes against that wall, the collision detection will shoot Sonic in the opposite direction at great speeds. This, in effect, makes Sonic zip across the level. With enough speed, it's possible to zip past the first pixel in a level. However, the game will read the player's X position as -1, a location that does not exist. So it will instead position the player at the end of the level, the maximum possible value. This is known as level wrapping. It's also possible to wrap through certain levels vertically in Sonic 2, 3, and Knuckles. If the player pans the camera to its lowest point and then jumps, the game will scroll the screen down to find the player. Collision detection isn't loaded for off-screen objects, however, so Sonic will fall during this glitch, passing through geometry, enemies, and kill planes. This glitch will only work in levels that have long vertical shafts, which wrap endlessly to make the pits appear larger than the game can make them. Normally, Sonic's position is tracked to the top left corner of the map. However, this point doesn't exist in an infinitely looping level, so the left corner of the screen is used instead. When the player pans the camera down and jumps, it will read Sonic's vertical Y position as -1 and try to move the camera down to him, similar to the zipping glitch. The Genesis version of Sonic 3D Blast had a secret where the player could wiggle or tap the cartridge to access a level select menu. This is actually a result of the game crashing, and ironically only occurs because of Sega's strict quality assurance. The company would subject each game to rigorous tests so that they would never crash after purchase. This could often take weeks, and a developer would have to repeat the process if their game failed. To avoid this, programmer John Burton coded the game to display an error message when it crashed, giving him specific feedback on what went wrong and how to fix it. However, when submitting the game for testing, Burton changed the error messages to redirect to a secret level select. Catastrophic errors, including disconnecting the cartridge from the console by wiggling it, would now open a level select menu instead of an error message. Because the menu didn't seem like a glitch during the approval process, whoever was approving the game would just assume it was a secret. Burton's plan worked, and the game was approved. Sonic Adventure is notorious for its glitches and sequence breaks, many of which are the result of its poor collision detection. In the Lost World area, if the player restarts on a panel that allows Sonic to walk on walls, they will begin to fall horizontally rather than vertically when the last checkpoint is loaded. It's also possible to complete Tails' section of Windy Valley without touching the ground due to its vertical design. Tails only uses up energy while he is ascending, so the player can press jump to begin hovering and then just guide Tails down to the gold capsule. It's possible to clip Tails into Emerald Coast from the hub world, as well as Sonic's version of Speed Highway in the GameCube Director's Cut. However, it's impossible to complete both of these levels as they were not programmed for Tails. Using the Burger Shop statue in Station Square, it's also possible to clip characters through objects. Doing this allows Sonic to get the light speed dash early, and lets Knuckles also access Emerald Coast. In our last Sonic Glitches video, we covered an exploit in Sonic Adventure 2 where the player could get unlimited rings by selling items in the Chow Garden. However, this isn't the only Chow-related glitch in the game. If the player stands at a precise distance from their Chow and drops an upgrade, the Chow stat will be increased, but the item will not be consumed. The 2006 Sonic the Hedgehog game contains numerous game-breaking bugs. Players can extend the distance of Silver's levitation by tapping the jump button repeatedly, and can float indefinitely with E123 Omega by using a similar technique. It It's also possible to lift Sonic into the sky by standing on top of an indestructible box and kicking it repeatedly to gain height. These tricks let players float almost indefinitely and reach areas they aren't supposed to. In Wave Ocean, going off a ramp early during the Mach Speed section can lead to Sonic falling short and landing on a bridge. This always results in a death, as players take damage when they collide with objects, and it's impossible to stop moving during these sections. Touching certain loops at the wrong angle will cause the player to be catapulted off instead of completing the loop. Additionally, loops don't have physics programmed, and players can walk up them and stand upside down as if they were solid ground. Though this isn't normally possible, glitches allow for characters who aren't Sonic, Shadow, or Silver to complete levels. Doing so reveals that they have fully functional victory animations and voice lines, implying that they once played a larger role in the game. Boss fights against Silver are notorious for their numerous glitches. If Silver catches Sonic or Shadow while they are near a wall, it's possible to create an inescapable loop. Silver will throw the player into the wall, which causes them to lose rings. However, one ring will be collected unintentionally, and Silver will immediately freeze the player again. They will be caught in a loop of being frozen, thrown, and collecting their single ring until they either exit or restart in the main menu. Similarly, if Silver catches the character while they are in the air, he will throw them upwards until they hit the skybox and die. It's possible to skip the trigger to change between 2D and 3D sections in Unleashed, Colors, and Generations, allowing the player to sequence break. Using this trick, it's possible to dip underwater and immediately resurface while in 3D in the Sonic Colors level, Aquarium Park. It's not normally possible to go underwater here in 3D, so the game will act as if Sonic is submerged, allowing the player to jump infinitely. Using glitches like this, the player can access other acts in the same zone, because Sonic Colors will load every act's level geometry when entering a zone. However, it will only load items, enemies, and obstacles for the act the player entered. In Sonic Lost World, if a player jumps on top of a bumper in Frozen Factory Zone 3, the graphics would glitch out and display a harsh strobe effect. This ran the risk of causing seizures in some people and was quickly fixed with a patch. However, it's possible to access the strobe using another exploit. If Sonic double jumps back onto a wall he's already climbing, he can then wall run indefinitely. In Desert Ruins Zone 4, the player can use this to stick to a wall through the tornado, which will warp Sonic beyond the kill plane. This causes the strobe effect to begin. A short demo for Sonic Forces was released in Japan in October of 2017, which forced the player out of the level after only 1 minute. However, by pausing the game on the same frame that a QuickTime event was completed, the timer would freeze, allowing the player to finish the level. The full release of Sonic Forces also had several glitches. At the beginning of the first level, if the player presses the stomp button, Sonic will fall to his death. It was entirely possible for this to be the very first thing the players encountered in the game, and was quickly patched out. Additionally, if the player inputted a frame-perfect pause during the double boost intro, his animation would continue, but at a slower speed with the effect still active. This was also patched out of the game. There were numerous glitches and technical difficulties during the 25th anniversary stream that revealed both Sonic Forces and Sonic Mania. In particular, it was ridiculed for its audio issues, including a high-pitched whine in the background throughout much of the early stream. This hiccup was referenced in Sonic Mania, where an identical tone can be heard in the background after the player beats the boss in Studiopolis Act 2. Did you also know that the Sonic series didn't get past the first game's title screen without having a glitch? Or that Sonic Adventure's Chow Garden had several easily exploitable glitches? For more facts, check out the last Did You Know Gaming video on Sonic glitches. They are numerous.
Did you know? Even though Chaos didn't appear until Sonic Adventure, the character may have been alluded to almost 5 years earlier. In Sonic the Hedgehog 3's Japanese game manual, it stated that Knuckles mistook the Death Egg for the literal egg of a legendary dragon. It was foretold on the Master Emerald's altar, presumably through images or hieroglyphs on the walls, that this dragon would emerge and destroy the world. Interestingly, the Lost World area in Sonic Adventure also has a mural of perfect chaos causing destruction. While Chaos is the guardian god of the Chow and a mutated Chow himself, this is never outright stated in Sonic Adventure. However, the original Japanese game had strong stronger hints of Chaos' ties to the Chow. In the Japanese game, Chaos can be heard making Chow sounds after he first appears in one of Takal's flashbacks. In the international version, the sounds were removed. Although never confirmed, it's speculated that Dr. Eggman's name was inspired by the Beatles song, I Am the Walrus. The song features the lyrics, I am the Eggman, they are the Eggmen. I am the Walrus, goo goo gajoo. Eggman's theme from Sonic Adventure 2 even references I am the Walrus with the line, I am the Eggman, it's what I am. In Sonic Rivals, Eggman Nega mentions that he's Eggman's descendant. However, Sonic Rush had previously framed the two Eggmans as counterparts from different dimensions. Many consider this as one of the most substantial continuity errors in the series, alongside how Blaze was said to be from the future in Sonic 06. How Nega managed to come back after being transformed into a card in Sonic Rivals is also unexplained in both Rivals 2 and Sonic Rush Adventure. Sonic Rivals 2's Metal Sonic 3.0 was made by Dr. Eggman Nega as an improved version of Metal Sonic. The character's design appears to just be Metal Sonic's leather costume from Sonic Rivals, but with a painted head. The two characters are so similar in appearance that American toy company Jazzwares plan to add Metal Sonic 3.0 to their Sonic toy range by reusing their existing Metal Sonic molds. However, Sega refused Jazzwares' request. Metal Sonic debuted in Sonic CD, which was developed in Japan, while the majority of Sonic team went to the United States to make Sonic 2. For the development of Sonic CD, designer Kazuyuki Hoshino was tasked with creating a pair of new characters to help flesh out Sonic's world. These characters were Amy Rose and Metal Sonic. Interestingly, work on a mechanical version of Sonic had already been worked on for Sonic 2. While it may be possible that Hoshino knew about Sonic 2's Mecha Sonic, which is an entirely different character, his design had a completely different and sleeker look. Hoshino's creation fit in with the world of Sonic so well that Metal Sonic would ultimately become an adversary to Sonic on the same level as Eggman. As a testament to Metal Sonic's impact on Sonic fans, one of the earliest ROM hacks ever made was a hack that replaced Sonic's sprite art with that of Metal Sonic. Although we've mentioned in the past how E105 Zeta's lower half contains several Sega Dreamcast consoles, what's also interesting is that Zeta is the 5th unit in Eggman's E100 series, and the Dreamcast was Sega's 5th major home console. Additionally, E101 Beta, Eggman's first non-prototype E100 robot, had a revision called E101 Mark II. This parallels Sega's first major home console, the SG-1000, which also had a revision commonly referred to as the Mark II. Eggman's aide Orbot didn't get an official name until Sonic Colors, as he was never mentioned by name before this. He was given the title Ergo by fans due to the character's frequent use of the word ergo. However, in the Sonic Unleashed game script given to Archie Comics writer Ian Flynn, he was supposedly named SA-55. This early name is leet speak for sass, which refers to his overall sassy behavior. In the Archie Comics, Cubot is also given the serial number IDI-07, meaning idiot in leet speak. These aren't the only villainous Eggman robots with an interesting history. Sonic Mania director Christian Whitehead came up with the hard-boiled heavies, while imagining Eggman entering a state of depression after the events of Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles. Whitehead envisioned Eggman at home, lounging around in his pajamas. During this time, the abandoned Egg Robos would go a little mad, resulting in the events of Sonic Mania. In many of Sonic Mania's game files, the Heavy Magician is referred to as Heavy Mystic. Additionally, Sonic Mania programmer Simon Thomley accidentally called the character Heavy Mystic instead of Heavy Magician during a live stream. This seems to indicate that the character's name was changed from Heavy Mystic to Magician some point during production. The Heavies also have a few audio Easter eggs. The Heavy Shinobi uses sound effects from Sega's The Revenge of Shinobi on Genesis. And the Heavy Rider uses sounds from Sonic Spinball. The sound effect that plays when Heavy Magician emerges from their box's Fang, Bean, or Bark was originally used as an effect for losing rings in 8-bit Sonic titles. This is likely a reference to the game Fang first appeared in, Sonic Triple Trouble for the Game Gear. Fang was also planned to appear as a boss in the canceled Saturn game, Sonic.EXE. In several magazine screenshots, Fang was shown to be unusually large compared to Sonic, as was Metal Sonic. Because the game was canceled, Fang never made his appearance. In the early stages of Sonic Heroes, Fang was also planned to appear as a playable character. He would have been on a team with Bean and Bark. Sonic Unleashed maybe also has an obscure reference within it. Dark Gaia may be inspired by the second form of the final boss in the Super Nintendo game Terranigma, which is also named Dark Gaia. Both foes have snake-like bodies, wide heads, and an aura emanating from their back. This reference would likely have been lost on many North American fans, as Terranigma only released in Japan and PAL regions. Did you also know that Sonic.EXE is a glitchy mess? To see how broken the game really is, check out our video on Sonic glitches. Did you know that Dr. Eggman, also known as Dr. Ivo Robotnik, was originally designed to be a hero, not a villain? At the start of the 16-bit era, Sega desperately wanted to dominate the console market and beat Nintendo. They thought the best strategy to reach this goal would be creating a franchise that could outshine the Super Mario Brothers. Sega organized an internal competition for a new mascot to be the face of the franchise, and the design of Sonic the Hedgehog ultimately won out. But Sonic was only one of many designs put forward. One design was of a chubby egg-shaped man with a huge mustache wearing pajamas. The team at Sega loved the character and didn't want to simply throw it away. His design was reworked to look more like an antagonist and became the Doctor we all know today. It's also been said that Eggman's design was based on President Theodore Roosevelt, and looking at the glasses, mouth, and mustache, it's easy to see why. Eggman's mustache is probably his most defining feature. But did you know that according to an unusual data, his mustache is fake?
It's fake.
The first Sonic adventure also contains an interesting unused audio file, where the character Tikal instructs the player on how to transform into Super Sonic.
Gather 50 rings and press the action button while you jump. You'll transform into Super Sonic, but watch out for your ring consumption.
This recording seems to suggest that Sonic Team originally planned for Super Sonic to be accessible in all levels, similar to Sonic 2 on Sega Genesis. In the final game, Super Sonic could only be played during the final boss battle, and the transformation was automatic, leaving no need for any kind of instruction. Tikal had a major role in Sonic Adventure's story, and there's even evidence that she may have been playable at one point in development. When using the Moon Jump action replay code in Sonic Adventure DX, pressing the jump button in some cutscenes will cause Tikal to jump. The Moon Jump also affects Knuckles in cutscenes, and since both characters are echidnas, it could be inferred that Tikal has unseen connections with Knuckles, possibly even that Tikal was intended to be playable with a similar playstyle to Knuckles. It's also possible that Tikal, Knuckles, and all the other echidnas shared some kind of base, and this jumping is simply leftover information, but the other echidnas in the cutscenes aren't affected by the jump button at all, giving Tikal much more significance. The first Sonic the Hedgehog game was originally intended to feature a sound test menu that had an animation of Sonic breakdancing to a band's music. The band consisted of Sonic as lead singer, Sharp's Chicken on guitar, Max Monkey on bass, Mock Rabbit on drums, and Vector the Crocodile on keyboard. Vector later appeared in several Sonic games, debuting in Knuckles Chaotix with a reworked design. Time constraints forced the team to cancel the feature, leaving a chunk of unused space. Yuji Naka, former head of Sonic Team, decided to fill the space with the iconic chant, What's interesting here is that Yuji Naka said the chant took up 1/8 of the 4 megabit cartridge, meaning this small chant potentially took up more space than entire zones in the game. Sonic's band wasn't the only cut feature from the game. Sonic was originally intended to have a human love interest named Madonna. She was a blonde-haired, thin woman in a clingy red dress and was actually going to be Sonic's girlfriend. She was meant to chase Sonic around, similar to how Amy Rose did in later games. Madonna could have also been an attempt at replicating some aspects of the Super Mario Bros. Franchise, as Mario also had a love interest in Princess Toadstool. Madonna was scrapped during the development of the game by Sega of America employee Madeline Schroeder. She wanted to soften the game for children in other countries, believing the human love interest to be too Japanese. A similar concept was implemented in 2006 Sonic the Hedgehog. At the title screen of Sonic CD, entering down, 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 left, right, A will take you to the game's sound test. Putting certain codes into the sound test can take you to several hidden screens in the game. One screen is of Tails saying, "See you next game," and another is an image of Sonic with big gray eyes and Japanese text saying, "You are cool." More interesting, however, are the other screens you could bring up. A bizarre tribute to Batman, a DJ scene with Eggman, Metal Sonic and Sonic, and finally, a screen full of disturbing-looking Sonics with some Japanese texts that reads, "Fun is infinite with Sega Enterprises. Majin." Majin can be interpreted as demon or devil. This screen would also be displayed when attempting to play early pirated copies of the game. Sonic CD has another interesting quirk. Waiting for 3 minutes without touching the controller will cause Sonic to say, "I'm out of here," then jump off screen, giving the player a game over. Something similar was implemented in Knuckles Chaotix. If the player stands perfectly still for 60 seconds, Metal Sonic will appear out of nowhere and attack. In the Jet Set Radio franchise, there's a recurring character called Garam, and in the first game, he can be seen wearing a necklace with some kind of artifact on it. In an interview with Games TM, Jet Set Radio's art director, JoeDoughBoi, gave some insight as to what the object was. He stated that it's the skull of another famous Sega character. Looking closer at the necklace, this skull is blue and has spikes rolling down the back of it. The artifact is actually the skull of Sonic the Hedgehog. That's all for today, but don't forget to subscribe to us on YouTube and follow us on Facebook and Did you know? Sonic's trademark speed was actually inspired by the original Super Mario Bros. In issue 260 of Nintendo Power, Sonic's co-creator Yuji Naka revealed the initial concept for Sonic the Hedgehog's fast gameplay came from playing level 1-1 of Super Mario Bros. Over and over again as fast as he could, since you always had to play the level first regardless of whether you used warp zones or not. Naka said, "I always tried to get through the level as fast as I could, and that inspired the initial concept for Sonic the Hedgehog." Sonic's design itself had different inspirations. Sonic's shoes were inspired by Michael Jackson's boots and the color scheme of Santa Claus. Sonic's personality was, interestingly, inspired by the 42nd President of the United States, Bill Clinton. Michael Jackson has other connections to the Sonic franchise. According to Sega Technical Institute director Roger Hector, Jackson was initially brought in during the development of Sonic 3 to compose some music, even though his involvement was never mentioned in any of the game's credits. Jackson's removal was supposedly due to the child abuse allegations against him that arose at that time, and his removal led to the music being reworked. In December 2009, Jackson's composer Bradley Buxer, who is credited in Sonic 3 as Brad Buxer, told French magazine Black and White that Jackson was involved with some of Sonic 3's compositions, and was supposedly not credited because he wasn't happy with how the Genesis' lacking sound chip handled the music. More Sonic games have interesting stories surrounding their soundtracks. Hideki Naganuma, who composed most of the music for Sonic Rush, usually sampled audio from many other mediums when making his music. For Sonic Rush, Naganuma sampled audio from at least 14 other creations. An obvious sample is in the track Back to Back, which uses the main melody from Louie Louie. Others are harder to spot, such as the track Wrapped in Black, which bizarrely uses audio sampled from a speech by human rights activist Malcolm X. Sonic's popularity reached farther than most video game icons. In 1993, Sonic the Hedgehog was chosen to be the first video game character in the Macy's Thanksgiving Parade. Unfortunately, the balloon popped on its one and only flight by being pushed into a lamppost by strong gusts of wind, hurting a child and a police officer on its descent. Because of this, the balloon was retired. A differently designed Sonic came back in 2011 and has been there since. Sonic also won the award of the longest-running video game comic in 2008. Archie Comics made over 200 issues, including specials. Sonic's comic started in 1993 and is still going today. Sonic has even influenced the naming of scientific discoveries. There's a gene called Sonic Hedgehog, named after Sonic himself. The gene also has an inhibitor, something that can stop the process of a gene, named Robotnikinin, named after Sonic's nemesis, Dr. Ivo Eggman Robotnik. A lot of the content in Sonic games has also been reworked, and sometimes cut entirely. In the original Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic was going to wear goggles. The goggles can still be found in the game's ROM. It was originally thought they were an item that helped Sonic breathe underwater, but one of the game's developers, Dean Sitton, stated the goggles were simply a cosmetic change and appeared whenever Sonic was underwater. There's also a cut enemy in the game's data named Splats. Splats has no programming attached to it. Interestingly, Splats appeared several times in promotions during Sonic's development. It was featured in a set of promotional trading cards for the game, on the box of a collection of Japanese Sonic figures, and was even featured in Sonic the Comic and Archie Comics' Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic 2 has several cut areas. The most well-known cut area is Hidden Palace Zone. Hidden Palace Zone was never completed, but most of the first act is playable in 2 of the game's known prototype builds. It was one of the first zones created, but wasn't updated much after the initial phase of development. Yuji Naka revealed the zone was originally going to be a place where the player would warp to after collecting all 7 Chaos Emblems. The player would then be able to transform into Super Sonic, but the idea was ultimately scrapped and the ability to transform into Super Sonic was given to the player from the get-go. The zone is accessible in the final version of Sonic 2 by using a Game Genie code, but almost all of the artwork is missing and the zone is essentially unplayable. The zone also had 3 enemies that were ultimately unused, 2 dinosaurs resembling some kind of theropod and a Stegosaurus, and a bat. There was also a forest level called Wood Zone that seemed to have been worked on for a longer time than the Hidden Palace Zone, and a desert area called Dust Hill Zone. Dust Hill Zone seemed to be based on American deserts and was cut due to time constraints. Another zone named by fans, Rock Zone, was going to be Dust Hill Zone but at a previous point in time. There was also going to be a winter-themed zone based on Dust Hill Zone, where all the cacti were replaced with Christmas trees. Metropolis Zone was originally only 2 acts long, but it became 3 when another zone was reworked and merged with it. This zone was called Genocide City Zone. Level designer Tom Payne said the name was chosen by the Japanese developers who didn't have a strong grasp on the English language. The zone was renamed to Cyber City Zone to be less offensive before being reworked and merged with the Metropolis Zone. Even entire games in the franchise have been reworked. Sonic 2 and Sonic CD were originally planned to be essentially the same game, as were Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles. Sonic 2 and Sonic CD naturally grew apart and became separate games because the developers were in 2 different locations, but Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles became 2 separate games because of time constraints and manufacturing costs. Splitting the game into 2 parts gave the team more time to finish the second half. The Sonic World level in Sonic Jam was originally going to be a full 3D Sonic game and was actually a prototype for Sonic Adventure. Due to technical issues in the upcoming release of the Dreamcast, the project was moved away from the Sega Saturn in favor of the Dreamcast, and whatever work they had done on the Saturn was turned into Sonic World. Sonic and the Secret Ring started out as a port of 2006's Sonic the Hedgehog, but Sega wanted to focus on a game for the Wii's launch that focused on the Wii controller's capabilities. They ultimately decided to change it into something entirely new. That's all for today, but don't forget to subscribe to us on YouTube and follow us on Facebook and Twitter. Make sure you also check out DidYouKnowGaming.com, where we post gaming trivia every single day. If you liked this video, check out our other videos. And check this out. Check this out right here. Check.
Some of the textures used for E105 Zeta actually have Dreamcast consoles on them hidden in plain sight. This was likely a later addition during development, as Sonic Adventure wasn't originally a Dreamcast game at all. One of the earliest ideas for the game was a Sonic RPG on the Sega Saturn, but the RPG concept was quickly scrapped. However, the thought of giving the game a stronger emphasis on story, similar to what could be found in an RPG, stuck. Sonic Team decided to stay true to the series' platforming action and rework traditional 2D Sonic mechanics and features into 3D. One example of this is the homing attack, which was introduced to replicate the feeling of easily charging at and bouncing off enemies like in 2D Sonic games. As we mentioned in a previous episode, development of Sonic Adventure jumped to the Dreamcast because the Saturn was becoming a commercial failure. We also mentioned that the game's earlier builds were reworked into the Sonic World segments of Sonic Jam. What wasn't mentioned, however, was just how far into development the Saturn art assets were used. There exists Japanese gameplay footage of Sky Chase Act 2 that uses Sonic and Tails models from the Sega Saturn build. Because of how similar the sequence is to its final iteration, it seems to be running on Dreamcast hardware. Another element we mentioned in a previous video was the possibility of Tikal originally being a playable character, as using a moon jump cheat code can make her jump in the game's cutscenes. Since then, more information has developed showing that both Tikal and Dr. Eggman were partially programmed to be playable and can be selected via hacking. Both characters can only walk around and jump, and they can't interact with enemies and obstacles. In order to research environments for Sonic Adventure, Sonic Team organized a trip to Central and South America. None of the developers had ever seen genuine genuine ruins and jungles before, and tools like the internet were too primitive at the time to find reliable references. The team wanted to make the game world as believable as they possibly could, even going as far as to use their own photographs as textures in the game. Tales of Sandhill subgame was inspired by people boarding on sand dunes in Ica, Peru. Sonic Team weren't even aware the sport existed and were so impressed that they included it in the final game. Another notable shift in the game's development was the inclusion of the often criticized E102 Gamma segments. What's interesting is that these levels were included by fan request. Sonic fans appealed to Sega, asking them to incorporate some sort of shooting mechanic into the series. Sega wanted to satisfy their audience, but felt the shooting gun didn't fit Sonic's character. Sonic Team's solution was to create a new armed character, possibly based on Egg Robo from Sonic & Knuckles. Sega also included a different kind of fan service. In the original Japanese release of Sonic Adventure, a mechanical cowgirl billboard could be seen within Casinopolis, and a moaning sound would play whenever the player touched it. This was replaced with a generic sign in international versions of the game for obvious reasons. This version, however, was also toned down from the Sonic Adventure auto demo prototype. In this version, the girl was a fully fleshed out Playboy-style bunny with a mini bar. To take advantage of and showcase the Dreamcast power, the team wanted to create a villain that could never have been rendered on previous consoles. In the words of director Takashi Iizuka, I wanted to create an enemy that hadn't been possible until now. I wanted something bigger, something transparent and liquid, because technology now allowed for it. I wanted something that would wow the users. Chaos is seen from the very beginning of the game to make the graphical leap obvious, and was even included in the opening movie sequence. When Chaos was first designed, the concept art was shown to Sonic creator Yuji Naka. Naka liked the drawing so much that he approved them on the spot. The look of perfect chaos was changed in Sonic Generations. It was later explained that this is how chaos was originally intended to appear, but Sonic Team weren't able to achieve that exact look due to the technical restrictions of the Dreamcast. In Sonic Adventure, Sega had to settle for Perfect Chaos's body being made completely out of water, which was still something unthinkable in the days of the Sega Saturn. The direct inspiration for Chaos's concept and presentation is uncertain. In Greek mythology, Chaos was the name of the first deity to come into existence, and is described as vast and formless. Chaos is put forth as a godlike creature in the game, and one of his key features is changing forms. However, Chaos could have another more scientific inspiration. There's a close relative of the amoeba called Chaos. These organisms can change form, are mostly translucent, and have a noticeable opaque blotch in them accompanied by smaller mitochondria floating around. This seems very similar to Sonic's Chaos, especially how he was depicted in concept and promotional art. Although his real-life origins are ambiguous, Sega have explained Chaos's virtual beginnings on their Japanese website. Chaos is actually a mutated Chao. The Chao themselves were a progression of a feature from Nights into Dreams called A-Life. A-Life involved artificial life forms called Nighttopians, which could be merged with other creatures and even bred. The game kept track of the moves of the Nighttopians, which would alter the tempo, pitch, and melody of the music depending on the state of the Nighttopians within a level. Sega wanted to take this idea of nurturing a creature that grew with the player and migrate it into Sonic Adventure to break up the pace of the game. Not only did they want to mix up the gameplay, but they also wanted people who weren't necessarily good at action sequences to be able to play and enjoy the game. Finding Chao eggs and raising them also imperceptibly made these players better at the game's action sequences and helped them progress. Takashi Iizuka stated, "We really wanted to introduce Sonic to people who weren't good at action games and expand the reach of the game. That's why we included the Chao in the design. We really just wanted to expand the world of Sonic and to expand the game to people who had never had the chance to play a Sonic game before." The Dreamcast version of Sonic Adventure states that Chao Gardens were created in protected environments. However, it's possible to drown in the pools in both the Egg Carrier and Mystic Ruins Chao Gardens. You can also drown in the Dark and Hero Chao Gardens in Sonic Adventure 2 on the Dreamcast. This can only be done with Tails though, as he's short and most of his head is submerged. The water was made shallower in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, making the area safe again. Sega also changed the Chao Gardens in Sonic Adventure DX for the GameCube. What's confusing about the change, however, is that players can still drown in them even though the problem had been solved in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, which released the previous year. That's all for today. Did you know? Sonic Adventure 2 had a hidden backstory tucked away in a Japanese strategy guide. This backstory details the events that led to the creation of Shadow the Hedgehog. Maria Robotnik, Dr. Eggman's cousin, suffered from a fictional incurable disease called NIDS, or Neuroimmunodeficiency Syndrome. The name of this disease explicitly references the real-life disease known as AIDS, Acquired Immune Deficiency Syndrome. Maria's contraction of NIDS led her grandfather, Professor Gerald Robotnik, to begin research on immortality. His research eventually led to the creation of the so-called ultimate life form, Shadow the Hedgehog. This backstory was never referenced in-game, perhaps due to the controversial nature of the subject matter. Despite this, the story was incorporated into the Archie comics storyline with both Maria Robotnik and Bonds Rabot contracting NIDS. One of the main events in Sonic Adventure 2 sees Dr. Eggman destroy a large portion of the moon to demonstrate the Eclipse Cannon's power. In later Sonic games, however, the moon appears to be completely intact. At the 2013 Sonic Boom event, the game's director Takashi Iizuka was asked about this inconsistency. Iizuka said the moon had simply rotated, so subsequent games show the unbroken side of it. In real life, though, this would be impossible, as the moon always faces the Earth from the same side. In a process called synchronous rotation, the moon spins on its axis at the same rate that it orbits the Earth, so the moon appears to be almost completely still. Iizuka was most likely just put on the spot by this question and gave a simple answer. Sonic Adventure 2's cutscenes are infamous for their numerous audio issues. The lip syncing doesn't match the voices, and the characters will often talk over each other. This is because the cutscenes are animated to fit the Japanese dub, and when the game was localized, the Japanese speech was simply swapped out for the English dub. Because many of the lines were longer in English, characters are often cut off before they finish talking.
スペースボトみたいななんか汚いがあのでかい大砲ごと奴らをぶっ飛ばしてやる I don't know what this space colony is all about, but I'll find and destroy that thing, and then get their Imperial. All right.
But while the cutscenes were animated for the Japanese dub, Sonic Adventure 2 was in fact developed in America. After the Japanese version of Sonic Adventure was completed, Sonic Team split into two halves. One half remained in Japan to work on games such as Phantasy Star Online, and the other half relocated to San Francisco to begin localizing Sonic Adventure for the West. The new division was known as Sonic Team USA. Once Sonic Adventure was localized, work began on the sequel. Inspired by their new surroundings, the team wanted Sonic Adventure 2 to have more of an American flavor. During an interview with IGN, Takashi Iizuka explained the reason behind this new direction. Since Sonic Team USA is residing around San Francisco and the Bay Area, we see a lot of beautiful images here in San Francisco every day, and we wanted to apply those elements in the game. Of course, the world of Sonic Adventure 2 is a fictional world, so our intention is not to create a simulation of San Francisco, but we're really inspired by what we see in the city. It's easy to spot many of these inspirations when playing the game. City Escape is based on the city of San Francisco itself, and the bridge seen in Radical Highway is based off the famous Golden Gate Bridge. Additionally, the game's two driving levels, Route 101 and Route 280, are named after real highways in California. While they were working on the game, members of the development team would occasionally receive parking tickets costing around $30 each. The tickets were passed out by parking attendants who drove small cars with only 3 wheels. As a form of revenge, the team included these vehicles in Tails' mission street level and allowed the player to destroy them. This was all done in good fun, though the team did acknowledge that the traffic wardens were just doing their jobs. One of Sonic's new abilities introduced in Sonic Adventure 2 is grinding on rails. The final version of the game includes many advertisements for soap shoes as part of the deal. The shoes have concave soles that allow the wearer to grind along rails, and Sonic wears these shoes in the game. The sponsorship deal appears to have been secured very late in development, as early screenshots of the game show Sonic in his more traditional footwear. Sonic's original shoes can also be seen during certain frames of his bouncing animation in the final game. Furthermore, in the Dreamcast version of the game, Sonic can be seen wearing his original shoes for part of the intro cinematic. This error was corrected in future ports of the game. Sonic Adventure 2 has plenty of cut content. It seems the game was originally going to include a branching storyline, with the player being able to influence the story's events. For example, the designers proposed a scenario where Sonic would be trapped inside of a sinking submarine. The player would have a choice to either take control of the submarine in order to save it, or escape from it. It's unclear whether or not the scenario was ever actually intended to appear in the game, or whether it was just an example to explain the idea. Whatever the case may be, the idea was scrapped and replaced with a linear storyline that was told from 2 different perspectives, and the idea of a branching storyline was later incorporated into Shadow the Hedgehog. According to Iizuka, Shadow the Hedgehog was originally intended to have remained dead following the events of Sonic Adventure 2. In a Q&A at Summer of Sonic 2011, he stated, "As you know in the story, Shadow was only meant to appear in that single title, but because of the reaction of the fans, we decided to bring him back in Sonic Heroes, and eventually you saw him in his own title." It's also possible that Amy Rose was intended to be a playable character outside of multiplayer. In the Dreamcast version's game data, text can be found in the game's code that tells the player how much the Chow likes Amy, suggesting that she may have originally been playable. It also seems that Super Sonic and Super Shadow were intended to be playable in multiplayer. Text can be found, some of which reads, "Congratulations, you've cleared Green Hill with rank A. Strongest characters are now available to use in Sonic and Shadow 2-player versus mode." It seems that the player would need to clear Green Hill with an A rank in order to unlock the characters. A difficult task, as unlocking Green Hill requires the player to collect all 180 emblems. Speaking of multiplayer, the game was originally going to have more online capabilities. Unused files in the game's code explicitly refer to a world ranking system, with text having been finalized for these menus. Several events in Sonic Adventure 2 also seem to be lifted straight from the 1999 PlayStation game Pepsi Man. One level has Pepsi Man skating downhill through San Francisco, and a later level has him running from an 18-wheeler. Both scenarios were used in Sonic Adventure 2's City Escape level over 2 years after Pepsi Man's release. Don't forget to subscribe to Did You Know Gaming for more facts and trivia. Before we go, we'd like you to vote on what you'd want to see covered in a future video. A video on Sonic Generations or a video on Sonic 06.
Did you know? While Shadow the Hedgehog was in development, Sega considered other spin-off titles based on Tails, Knuckles, and Dr. Eggman. The first rumors of a Sonic the Hedgehog spin-off arose in early 2005. Sega hosted an online poll asking which Sonic characters fans would like to see star in their own game. The 4 choices were Tails, Knuckles, Shadow, or Dr. Eggman. The poll also asked voters to pick their preferred subtitles for each of these characters' hypothetical games. Shadow's choices included Renegade Hedgehog, Rebel with a Cause, Chaos Unleashed, and Sonic's Nemesis. While the poll appeared before Shadow the Hedgehog was announced, it's unlikely that it had much of an impact on the game's direction. This is due to how close the poll was conducted before the game's reveal. Fans did impact the game in a significant way, however. A promotional event was held in Japan where Shadow performed as a wrestling announcer and awarded the winning wrestler a pack of 10 Sega games. Sonic creator Yuji Naka also attended the event and commented on some of the game's influences. Naka said, "We received letters from kids, and many of them had asked for Sonic to have a gun. We felt that it wasn't appropriate for Sonic to have a gun, but maybe it'd be okay with Shadow, and that's how we started on the game." Naka was also optimistic about Shadow's franchise potential. In an interview with GameSpy, he stated, "We've had ideas of doing a spin-off series, so perhaps that's what Shadow will lead to." Shadow the Hedgehog was heavily influenced by the proliferation of first and third-person shooters in the Western market. While the Japanese Sonic team was developing a more traditional Sonic title, Sega Studios USA was tasked with developing a game that would have a greater directional impact on the series. Shadow was chosen as the star of this new venture due to his popularity, being second only to Sonic. Another factor taken into consideration was Shadow's moral ambiguity. Shadow is neither definitively good nor evil, so by casting him as the main character, the team hoped players would form their own impression of him. The game's director, Takashi Iizuka, felt that the change in protagonist afforded the team an opportunity to introduce new elements that would feel out of place for Sonic. One such element was the inclusion of curse words such as damn. Contrary to popular belief, Shadow the Hedgehog is not the first Sonic game to include a curse word. That honor goes to Sonic Adventure 2, in which Knuckles' theme, Unknown From Me, contains the word damn. Although Shadow the Hedgehog is infamous for its swearing and violence, it was originally meant to be more graphic. The goal was to earn a teen rating from the ESRB, but coincidentally, the E10 Plus rating was introduced during the game's development. The team decided to aim for this new rating instead, resulting in some of the game's content being toned down. These revisions included changing the Black Arm's blood from red to green, editing scenes of gun soldiers' deaths out of the opening, cutting away from Maria's death before her limp body is shown, and censoring dialogue. There are even files in Shadow the Hedgehog's data that suggest Sonic was planned to be in the game's multiplayer mode. It appears that he was cut early in development, as all that exists are Junichi Kanemaru's voice lines for the Japanese dub. Sonic was most likely removed so that Sega's mascot wasn't seen handling firearms. terms. Although the game was toned down in many ways, it still included a few troubling scenes when it released. One example has Shadow attempting to assassinate the president, and another scene has him detonate a bomb that destroys Central City. The timing of the game's release was poor, as the attempted assassination of President George W. Bush and the London 7/7 bombings happened earlier in the same year. Shadow the Hedgehog was the first game in the Sonic series to feature the voice cast from the television series Sonic.EXE. Fans speculated that the cast was replaced due to the death of Dr. Eggman's original voice actor, Dean Bristow, in January 2005. This turned out to be incorrect. The current voice of Dr. Eggman, Mike Pollock, debunked this theory in an interview with SONIC.EXE, confirming that the decision to replace the cast was made prior to Bristow's death. The Shadow who stars in Shadow the Hedgehog is the same character that appeared in Sonic Adventure 2. It's likely that many players missed this information, which is the resolution to a cliffhanger introduced in Sonic Heroes. The end of Team Dark's story in Sonic Heroes heavily implies that the Shadow in that game is a robot replica of the original created by Dr. Eggman. Shadow the Hedgehog further adds to the confusion, with many of the game's branching storylines presenting a completely different history for the character. However, if the fight against the game's final boss lasts for 8 minutes, Dr. Eggman will contact Shadow and confirm that he is indeed the original that appeared back in Sonic Adventure 2. According to him, Eggman rescued Shadow from his fall using a robot and went on to use him as the basis for his Shadow androids. Shadow the Hedgehog innovated the Sonic franchise by allowing players to drive vehicles and wield firearms. These features were met with uncertainty, with many fans considering them to be out of place in a Sonic game. Despite the controversy, Iizuka defended their inclusion, saying, "Shadow the Hedgehog is a unique, original character, separate from Sonic the Hedgehog. The reason I created Shadow the Hedgehog as a main character for this game is so I can give Shadow different abilities that Sonic wasn't able to do, and that includes using weapons or using vehicles and whatnot." To mirror the game's more mature tone, the team took inspiration from movies aimed at an older audience, including Underworld, Constantine, and Terminator. As well as inspirations, the game has many nods and references to pop culture. Upon completing the dark mission of the level The Ark, the cutscene that plays shows the Eclipse cannon destroying the White House in a reference to the 1996 movie Independence Day. Two of the game's bosses, Blue Falcon and Black Bull, share their names with vehicles from Nintendo's F-Zero series. They belong to protagonist Captain Falcon and antagonist Black Shadow, respectively. After completing the hero mission of Westopolis, Sonic exclaims, "Welcome to the next level." This was a slogan used in Sega advertisements throughout the 90s. Gun soldiers will sometimes mention the former head of Sonic Team, saying, "Mr. Yuji Naka is all right." The egg vacuum weapon is a reference to another Sega franchise, Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg. The game's antagonist, Black Doom, also seems to be a reference to another Sonic Team property. He bears an uncanny resemblance to Wise Man the Wicked, the antagonist of Nights into Dreams. Both characters take the form of a seemingly legless cloak with similar shoulder pads, neckwear, pendants, and 9 prominent horns on their heads. Both characters also have detachable eyes and were the creators of their respective games' protagonists. Did you know that Sonic Boom was announced for the Wii U without the game's developers even knowing about it? Or that there are unused audio files of multiple Sonic characters swearing in the game's data? For more facts on Sonic Boom, click the annotation on... Did you know? Sega once negotiated with Sony to create a new console, but eventually abandoned the idea. Sony would later release the PlayStation in competition with the Sega Saturn, whose poor sales led to the creation of the Dreamcast. In a cruel twist of fate, Tom Kalinske, former CEO of Sega of America, confirmed that the console specs Sega had proposed for the project were used by Sony for the PlayStation. Also, the technical achievements of Sega's Virtua Fighter inspired Sony to focus on 3D rather than 2D. Sega had inadvertently story convinced Sony to undermine the Sega Saturn. In turn, Sony's success with 3D convinced Sega that how their next system handled graphics would be of the utmost importance. Throughout the creation of the Dreamcast, Sega partnered with Lockheed Martin, Nvidia, Videologic, 3DFX, and Microsoft, all at different stages of development. It initially went through Lockheed Martin, who were also developing graphical assets for Sega's M3 arcade boards at the time. Progress was slow, however, and the two companies parted ways. Sega then partnered with Nvidia, who based their first graphics card, the NV1, on Sega Saturn hardware. When sales of this video card were poor, the successor to the NV1, which would likely have been used for the Dreamcast, was shelved. Following that, Sega effectively scrapped all of their plans and approached two separate companies, Videologic and 3DFX. The two companies began work on different systems. The Videologic project, initially codenamed Dural after the character in Virtua Fighter, was being developed in Japan. The 3DFX project, dubbed Black Belt, was being worked on in the US. Sega then partnered with Microsoft to work on the Black Belt project for undisclosed reasons. The project was shown to a limited number of developers and was well received. This was because the console's operating system was easy to develop for and allowed for quick ports from PC. However, due to complications with 3DFX, amongst other issues, Sega would instead go with the Dural project, which was renamed to Katana. It seemed like that would be the end of Microsoft's inclusion on the project. However, in 1998, Microsoft announced that a version of Windows CE would be available as an OS for the Dreamcast. They cooperated with Sega to show off Windows CE as a worthwhile operating system for console gaming, but it showed limited capabilities in comparison to the native operating system. Their partnership with Sega over, Microsoft launched the Xbox in 2001, roughly half a year after Sega discontinued the Dreamcast. In the time preceding the discontinuation of the Dreamcast, Sega chairman Isao Okawa visited Bill Gates several times to discuss the possibility of the Xbox playing Dreamcast games natively. Okawa insisted that internet was indispensable for the Dreamcast games, but Microsoft refused to provide online support, so negotiations fell through. Though he was unable to secure a migratory path for existing Dreamcast fans, Okawa made a sizable donation of $695 million in his own stock in Sega to keep them from going bankrupt. Shortly thereafter, Okawa passed away due to a heart failure. Despite the conclusion of Okawa's negotiations, Sega strongly backed the Xbox very early on. At Tokyo Game Show 2001, Sega announced an 11-game deal for the system, which would include many sequels to Dreamcast games, such as Jet Set Radio Future, Panzer Dragoon Orta, Sega GT 2002, and Sega GT Online, as well as Crazy Taxi 3 High Roller. Also announced was Gun Valkyrie, a 3D action game being developed by Sega's Smilebit Studio that was originally planned for the Dreamcast. One of Xbox's biggest exclusives, Fable, was also going to be a Dreamcast game. This was exposed during an interview between Examiner.com and Fable Anniversary lead designer Tim Timmons. The Dreamcast had a wide variety of accessories throughout its relatively short lifespan. One of these accessories is the Dream Blaster, a light gun developed by Mad Catz. The United States never received a light gun that was actually produced by Sega, although they did make one. While there's no official comment regarding why Sega chose not to release it in the US, it was likely a decision made in light of the then recent Columbine High School massacre. Sega also released a camera for the Dreamcast called the Dream-Eye, but again it would only be made available in Japan. While it could only store 31 pictures in JPEG format, it was also intended to be used as a webcam and even came with a microphone headset. There was also a motion controller planned for the Dreamcast. The goal was to use it for Air Knights, a sequel to Nights into Dreams, and it was rumored to have contributed to the creation of Super Monkey Ball. The motion controller itself was never released, but the technology was eventually implemented in the maracas for Samba de Amigo. The Dreamcast's core accessories, the visual memory units or VMUs, each held 122 kilobytes. The combined capacity of all VMUs ever sold is approximately 1 terabyte, enough to store all 730 games ever released for the Dreamcast. Should one of those VMUs have a Puyo Puyo Fever save file, pressing start on the system menu toggles an alternate 3D menu with a rotatable viewpoint. And should you ever pop open a VMU, you'll see the word potato clearly printed on the chip. It would appear the potato means nothing outside of being a joking play on potato chip. The Dreamcast startup sound was composed by Ryuichi Sakamoto, BAFTA award-winning keyboardist and sometimes vocalist for the Japanese electronic band Yellow Magic Orchestra. He apparently had many friends in the video game industry, but his only other direct involvement with video games would be the musical score for the Dreamcast game LOL Lack of Love. The name Dreamcast was selected from over 5,000 different entries in a public competition held by Sega. The company had planned to remove its own name from the product and establish Dreamcast as its own brand, but Sega president Shoichiro Irimajiri's management team decided to keep the Sega logo on the system. The Dreamcast logo, a red swirl, was said by Irimajiri to symbolize the origin of power. The logo is a blue swirl in the PAL regions, which was likely done to avoid legal conflict with the German publishing firm Tivola, whose logo prominently features a red swirl. Dreamcast games are stored on GD-ROMs rather than CD-ROMs or DVDs. GD-ROMs use tighter packed pits on the disc, thus bringing the storage capacity up to around 1 gigabyte, hence the name Gigabyte Disc ROM. A GD-ROM won't play in a CD player, but if it's inserted into a device which can access CD files, a warning message can be found, which states,
"This is a Dreamcast disc and is for use only on a Dreamcast unit. Playing this disc on a hi-fi or other audio equipment can cause serious damage to its speakers. Please stop this disc now."
The Dreamcast had a peculiar post-mortem life. Sega's final game for the system, Puyo Pop Fever, came out 3 years after the Dreamcast had been discontinued. While Sega had finally moved on, as of this video's release, there are still games being developed for the Dreamcast. Over a dozen unlicensed independent games have made their way onto the platform since its discontinuation. For a brief time in 2006, Sega was even selling refurbished Dreamcast consoles through its online store in Japan, bundled with a new game called Radergy. There have been many unlicensed games released for the Dreamcast, partially due to the same reasons the Dreamcast had a rampant piracy problem. While piracy is an issue for any console, Sega's proprietary GD-ROM format was essentially their only method of piracy protection. Sega also originally intended for a format known as MIL-CD to be used on the console. It would enhance the experience of playing music CDs on a Dreamcast with features such as navigational menus and video. The discovery of MIL-CD support led to the creation of the Utopia boot disk, a booting program developed by Ware's group Utopia. The boot disk engaged the alternate boot method in the BIOS intended for MIL-CDs. This allowed users to copy pirated versions of the GD-ROM games onto regular CDs, and then run them by simply inserting the boot disk first. Eventually, versions of the pirated games were released in MIL-CD format, rendering the boot disk unnecessary and making the pirating process that much easier. That's all for today.
Did you know? Rumors began circulating about a successor to the struggling Sega Saturn as early as 1995, less than a year after the Saturn's release. Lockheed Martin, who had worked with Sega on arcade boards, was said to be working on a more powerful version of the Saturn. They allegedly submitted a number of designs over the next few years, but Sega became impatient and decided to design a new system themselves. Nvidia also approached Sega, hoping to work on their new console. Their first video card, the NV1, was based on Saturn hardware. While it was powerful, it was unorthodox and difficult to develop games with. Sega gave Nvidia a chance, demanding they produce a working prototype of their hardware. When Nvidia's Saturn V08 chip returned a blank screen during the presentation, Sega dropped them on the spot. Sega's next strategy was an unconventional risk. They approached both the Japanese company Videologic and the American-based 3DFX and hired them to develop new hardware. Their projects were codenamed White Belt and Black Belt respectively, as they were intended to deliver the knockout blow that Sega needed. The two teams were effectively in competition with one another, although neither of them knew it. The Japanese team was led by Hideki Sato, who had designed the Genesis. Their project White Belt was later renamed Dural, after the Virtua Fighter character. Its final codename was Katana. The White Belt team used Videologic's Power VR2 GPU, which was an appealing solution due to its high performance at low cost. Additionally, NEC we, the company manufacturing the chip, were Japanese. Meanwhile, 3DFX were working on their version of the hardware, codenamed Black Belt. Sega partnered with Microsoft, who designed the console's OS, or operating system. Because of this partnership, the Black Belt was easy to program for, which corrected one of the Saturn's biggest flaws. The reception to this deal was positive, with many expressing relief that Sega were towing the industry line with their new console. However, success bred its own problems. 3DFX received a lot of positive attention for their powerful graphics chips, and the company soon decided to go public. They released an IPO, an intent of public offering, to let the public buy stocks in their company. To comply with US law, they had to disclose the details of their work with Sega, including details of Sega's new secret project. Sega would eventually choose to go with Videologic's design over 3DFX's, a decision that caused some members of Sega of America to quit in protest. Some speculate that 3DFX going public created friction between the two companies, although the ex-president of Sega America, Bernie Stolar, denies this. In retrospect, he felt that Sega should have gone with the 3DFX hardware, but he explained Japan wanted the Japanese version and Japan won. 3DFX losing the Sega project caused the stock to plummet by 43%. They filed a lawsuit against Sega claiming that they had been misled. They accused Sega of improper conduct for secretly pitting 3DFX and Videologic against one another, resulting in a lawsuit which was settled out of court. Electronic Arts, who were historically Sega's allies, chose not to support the Dreamcast. Though EA owned stock in 3DFX, ex-Vice President Bing Gordon denied that the lawsuit affected relationships between Sega and EA. However, he admitted that the decision to choose Videologic confused him. He said, if Sega had picked the direct competitor to 3DFX at the time, it would have been fine. But they picked someone we had never heard of. It was somebody's friend of somebody's friend at a Japanese country club. According to Gordon, EA distanced themselves from the console for a number of reasons. Developers had little enthusiasm for the Videologic chipset. Sega were indecisive about including a modem, and Sega's financial situation meant that they couldn't afford to give EA the discounted licensing deal that they'd grown used to. Ex-president of Sega America, Bernie Stolar, had a different account of EA and Sega's relationship. He claims that EA demanded exclusivity on sports games in exchange for their support. However, Sega had just purchased Visual Concepts for $10 million, and their sports games were a key part of Sega's Dreamcast strategy. Stolar offered EA third-party exclusivity, and later Sega Japan would try to entice the company with lower royalties. EA, however, stuck to their decision and turned their back on the Dreamcast. Sega had a much stronger relationship with Microsoft. After their work on the Black Belt's OS fell through, Microsoft again approached the company, offering to port Windows CE to the console as an optional OS. Windows CE was widely considered to be less versatile than the native OS, but Stolar was convinced Microsoft had ulterior motives, saying they got to learn the business and then walk away. The branding company Interbrand went through 5,000 potential names for the console. They eventually settled on Dreamcast, a portmanteau of Dream and Broadcast. Despite all of its problems, it looked like the Dreamcast was going to be the hit that Sega needed. The Dreamcast's American launch on September 9th, 1999 was huge. The console sold a record 225,132 units in its first day, and cleared 1 million units in 11 weeks. But this winning streak was short-lived. Sony unveiled the PlayStation 2 in March 1999, during the Dreamcast's Japanese launch window. Lingering doubts about Sega carried over from their failed consoles, which led many to see the PlayStation 2 as a much safer purchase. Though Sega claimed it was to promote the launch of their Sega Net service, the Dreamcast price was lowered to $149 in the face of this fierce competition. Sega intended to rely on software sales to make a profit. Unfortunately for Sega, it was very easy to play pirated games on the Dreamcast. The console used Sega's proprietary GD-ROM discs, which had 3 tracks. The first contained text files with licensing information, and the second contained an audio track that warned the user not to insert it into a CD player. The last track was the game itself. To prevent piracy, the table of contents on the disc only mentioned the first 2 tracks, so the final track would be skipped if inserted into a PC. To dump the game's data for copying, all the pirate had to do was swap the discs without the computer knowing, thus skipping the table of contents. contents. While the Dreamcast would check for authenticity while reading the disc, hackers found an easy workaround by using the console's MILCD feature. MILCD, or Music Interactive Live CD, was another proprietary format intended to add multimedia capabilities to music CDs. This basically meant that MILCD added features such as enhanced menus, internet capabilities, and video to music albums and singles. The format was unsuccessful as no major music labels were willing to back it, resulting in just 8 discs being released in Japan. However, pirates could trick the console into booting illegally copied discs by posing them as MILCDs instead of GD-ROMs. Later versions of the Dreamcast had the MILCD feature disabled to prevent this, but by then it was too late. In September of 2000, Sega of America executives Peter Moore and Belfield came to the conclusion that the company had to withdraw from the console market. The duo prepared a manifesto of the future, which they presented to Sega's Japanese higher-ups in a meeting that same month. Though Microsoft had not yet announced the Xbox, Moore and Belfield were aware of their intentions to enter the gaming industry as other Sega executives had speculated. However, this meeting was the first time that Sega's Japanese leadership were told of the impending competition from Microsoft. When Moore and Belfield told them that the Dreamcast had to be discontinued, the Japanese executives walked out of the meeting, a very rude gesture in Japan. However, some ex-Sega staff, such as founder David Rosen, thought that the company ought to have withdrawn from the hardware race a lot sooner. In an interview with Next Generation magazine, he said, "I've always felt that it was a bit of a folly for them to be limiting their potential to Sega hardware." Sega announced that they would be restructuring to become a platform-agnostic third-party publisher in January of 2001. The Dreamcast was dropped to $99.95 on February 4th to expedite Sega's departure from the hardware business, and was formally discontinued on March 31st. The console had dropped further to a mere $49 by the end of 2001 as Sega tried to clear their stock. Sega's chairman, Isao Okawa, approached Bill Gates numerous times to ask if it was possible to make the Xbox backwards compatible with the Dreamcast, allowing Sega fans to migrate to a new console. While these negotiations fell through, Sega maintained a close relationship with Microsoft, signing an 11-game deal for the Xbox. Okawa returned his stock in Sega to the company and donated 85 billion yen, roughly $737 million at the time, to keep Sega afloat. He passed away soon thereafter of a heart failure in March 2001. Before it was discontinued, Sega tried to keep the Dreamcast afloat in other ways. Sega stated that they would talk about DVD playback in early 2000, hoping to mitigate backlash from the announcement that the PS2 would play DVDs out of the box. At E3 2000, Sega showed off the Dreamcast DVD player. However, Sega never addressed the DVD player after this, and many in the industry speculated that the DVD player was simply an empty plastic shell. Sega also planned to release a VMU MP3 player that could hold over an hour of 128 kilobytes per second MP3 music. Sega had apparently partnered with the online store mp3.com, but the device never came to fruition. This episode of Did You Know Gaming is brought to you by Honey. Did you know? Decisions made by Sega for the Saturn actually helped both of Sega's competitors. When the Saturn was being developed, Sega of America president Tom Kalinske was concerned about the system's specs. And during this time, 2 different companies offered to work with Sega to resolve their concerns. These were Silicon Graphics Incorporated, aka SGI, and Sony. Kalinske met with SGI founder Jim Clark, who pitched their new energy-efficient chips. Kalinske then presented these chips to Sega of Japan, who declined based on the cost and size of the chips. Although no deal was made, Kalinske appreciated the work SGI had done and suggested to Clark that he approach Nintendo with the chips. Nintendo ended up accepting SGI's offer, which helped them to create the Nintendo 64. When Sony approached Sega, they proposed a collaboration on a disc-based console. The 2 companies had a shared enemy in Nintendo, as Nintendo had spurned Sony by abruptly cancelling a deal for Sony to make a disc peripheral for the Super Nintendo. Sony's Ken Kutaragi and Sega's Tom Kalinske were enthusiastic about the team-up, but president of Sega Enterprises, Hayao Nakayama, was unimpressed. He declined the deal due to Sony's inexperience in the console market. Afterwards, Sony decided to enter the console race independently with the PlayStation. Sony also poached many of Sega's top staff, such as Kalinski's right-hand man, Steve Race, who would offer them valuable insights into Sega's strategies. If this wasn't bad enough, Kalinski was right to be anxious about the Saturn. Sega thought they'd have the late 1994 launch window all to themselves, but in November 1993, Sony announced they'd be launching the PlayStation around the same time. News of the PlayStation's impressive 3D graphics allegedly terrified Sega, and led to Nakayama demanding a second CPU to be added to the Saturn. This second CPU would be to boost the console's 2D and 3D capabilities so that it could compete with Sony. Such a huge upset so late in production led to doubts about the system making its launch date. Not only this, but the dual processors made the Saturn difficult to develop for. At the time, Sega had two consoles in development, one codenamed Jupiter and one codenamed Saturn. Jupiter was intended to be a cartridge-based alternative to the Saturn that shared many of the same specifications, but it was dropped to make way for yet another console project. A group of Sega employees attending CES in January 1994 were invited to a conference call with Nakayama. He demanded an immediate response to Atari's Jaguar, instructing the team to create an upgrade for the Genesis. The decision seemed to make sense, as delays looked likely for the Saturn, and the Genesis was still performing well in America. This upgrade would come to be known as Mars and would eventually be released as the Sega 32X. In practice, however, the 32X only ended up hampering the Saturn's launch. The two consoles shared a lot of hardware, including their Hitachi SH2 processors. This led to shortages, with many of the chips intended for the 32X being used instead for the production of more Saturn consoles. Another problem was the launch window for the two consoles. The 32X launched in November 1994 in the West, the same month that the Saturn launched in Japan. This eroded goodwill towards Sega, with consumers wondering why they should buy the 32X when the Saturn's launch was imminent. In the words of ex-Sega employee Scott Bayless, "It made us look greedy and dumb to consumers." The move also confused developers, who had to choose between developing for the peripheral or for the Saturn. The US release of the Saturn was intended to be on Saturday, September 2nd, 1995, dubbed Saturn Day by Sega. However, they ended up launching much earlier, announcing a surprise release on May 11, the first day of E3. The Saturn had been performing well in Japan since its release in November 1994. Its advantages were clear. It had a roster of strong titles, with Virtua Fighter in particular being the most popular arcade game in Japan. It had also launched ahead of the PlayStation. Nakayama hoped to recreate the same ingredients for success in America and instructed Kalinski to announce the console's launch date. Kalinski opposed the decision, but was told he had no choice in the matter, so the announcement was made. Releasing the console so early gave magazines and retailers no time to publicize the launch, making it hard to advertise. Sega also had to choose only a few retailers to receive the console at first because of limited stock, which upset some of the other retailers. KB Toys in particular refused to stock the system in response. Many attribute the Saturn's poor performance to its lack of mainline Sonic platformer, such as the cancelled SONIC.EXE. The game had a tumultuous development. The project started at Sega Technical Institute as a side-scroller for the Genesis, but it was soon moved to the 32X under the working title Sonic Mars. When the 32X flopped, the team were told to shift their focus to the Saturn. The pressure was immense, and the team chewed through many members. They split into two groups, one to create the game's engine and levels on PC, and the other, known as Team Condor, to port the game directly onto the Saturn. The team quickly encountered issues with the 3D perspective, and to combat these issues, they employed a unique fisheye camera that would warp the playfield over a sphere, giving a greater field of view. Unfortunately, Nakayama was so displeased with their efforts that he took one look at the game before storming out of the building. He instructed them to rebuild the game around the boss engine, the only part he liked. Sega wanted the game to be released in Christmas 1996. To help meet this deadline, the team requested to use the engine and dev tools for Nights into Dreams programmed by Yuji Naka. Permission was granted and they began to familiarize themselves with the technology, but this precious time was ultimately wasted. Yuji Naka had not been consulted about the decision and was furious when he found out. Fueled by the rivalry between Sega of Japan and America, he threatened to quit if they continued using the engine. Despite all this scrambling, the team were miraculously able to find a foothold. Despite this, Sonic Extreme was officially cancelled almost as soon as they solidified their level creation tool. Designer Christian Sen believed that with the asset and working creation tools, he and programmer Ofer Alon could have finished the game by themselves in 6 to 12 weeks. The Saturn version of the game was handled by Chris Coffin, who was so dedicated to finishing the project that he cancelled his lease and moved his belongings into the office. Coffin almost drove himself into the ground, catching pneumonia as a result of his intense work schedule. To make up for the lack of Sonic, Sega tried out other mascots to fill the spot. This included real-time associate Bug, where a Hollywood acting insect accepts a film in which his girlfriend is kidnapped. Bug received generally positive reviews, but was heavily criticized for bringing nothing new to the genre, and attempted to copy Sonic's bad boy persona. The game was even praised by film director Steven Spielberg, who claimed, "This is the character that is going to do it for the Saturn." A Bug 2 was also released, but to far less favorable reviews and sales. Kalinski's disagreements with Sega Japan's policies also led to his departure in 1996. He was replaced by ex-Sony employee Bernie Stolar, who took a controversial stance on the Saturn. He infamously declared at E3 1997 that Saturn is not our future, and decided to reinforce quality over quantity. This meant holding back the localization of many Japanese games, particularly ones that were less likely to succeed in the Western market. The Saturn went through a number of models. A white model was released in Japan in 1996. The new color scheme, as well as the lowered price point, was intended to make the console appeal to women and children. Another unreleased Saturn model was discovered in 2013, codenamed Pluto. The console was posted on the Assembler Games forums by a user claiming to have worked at Sega. The Pluto included a built-in Netlink modem for online play. This episode of Did You Know Gaming is sponsored by Wix.
Alright, so you've heard of Hatsune Miku, right? Of course everyone knows her. She's a worldwide sensation and one of the most beloved fictional characters of all time. But how did she get to this point? Let's start from the very beginning. At the turn of the century, a little company known as Yamaha had an idea. If we can digitalize instruments, then why can't we digitalize voices too? And so their multi-million-dollar idea was in play. On February 3rd, 2003, Yamaha announced to the public that they were starting development for a project called Vocaloid. A little less than a year later, they released their very first Vocaloids, known as Leon and Lola. These Vocaloids were very different to the Vocaloids we know now, because they weren't marketed with the cute anime mascots that you're used to. Later that year, they released Mako, who was the first one to be actually marketed with the anime mascots that you're used to. Over the new year into 2005, Mako blows expectations out of the water and sells 3 times more units than the creators expected. This wasn't to say that Leon and Lola weren't a success though, because they brought huge attention to the Vocaloid project and even won awards. Fast forward another year to 2006, where they released Kaito, who was actually being developed alongside Mako. And this is still important to Miku's story, I promise you. After Mako's success, the bar was set high for Kaito, but to the disappointment of his creators, Kaito only sold 1/6 the amount of units as Mako. This made the folks at the corporate office come to a realization. Consumers don't actually care about guys. They only want cute girls and nothing else. Now as we move along the timeline, I want to make a pit stop in the middle of 2007, where the Vocaloid known as Sweet Anne was released. She's pretty cute, right? Well, that's what she looked like only in this one part of the world. Everywhere else, she looked like this. That's not the cute anime girl we like. Motherfucker looks like she would be on a package of pancake mix. Like bro's probably best friends with Aunt Jemima or Little Debbie. I don't know why they decided to change directions with the art style when Mako worked so well for them. By the way, this entire section about Sweet Anne has nothing to do with the story of Miku. I just thought it was funny that a Vocaloid looked more like an American food mascot rather than a cute singing anime mascot. While on the topic of introducing you to Vocaloids, I want to address a common misconception or misunderstanding, which is that the Vocaloid characters are not the artists. The songs are created by real people who produce these songs and work really hard on them. The easiest way to think about it is by remembering that Vocaloids are just instruments, just like a guitar or piano, not a person. I see way too many people saying a song is by a Vocaloid instead of giving proper credit to the person that actually put in all the work, which is the producer. Attributing a song to a Vocaloid character is like if you attributed Fur Elise to piano. See? Doesn't make much sense, does it? These characters are only there to be promotional mascots for the voice banks, and nothing else. On August 31st, 2007, Hatsune Miku is released to the public. She instantly blows up and sells over 3,000 units in just 1 week. To put into perspective how much of a success she was, Kaito sold 500 units in 1 year, Mako sold 3,000 units in 1 year, and Miku sold nearly both of them combined in just 1 week. If my math is correct, then that means Miku sold 3,000 units over 5,000 times faster than Mako and Kaito combined. This number steadily grew, and by the middle of next year, she had sold over 40,000 copies. And so they did it. Yamaha perfectly executed their multi-million yen plan, and all it took was to make cute anime girls, but with unnatural colored hair this time. Hatsune Miku was voiced by the wonderful Saki Fujita, who coincidentally is 39 years old at the time of this video coming out. And in case you don't know, the number 39 is the number most associated with Miku, because the number 3 in Japanese can be read as Mi, and the number 9 can be read as Ku. So it sounds like her first name, Miku. And coincidentally, it's actually the same year that Miku turned 16 years old, which is her officially stated age. But anyways, let's get back on track. Now that you know Miku's origins, let's get into what the video is actually about. Miku's impact on internet culture. The very first video with Hatsune Miku I could find was this Nico Nico Doga video, uploaded by the user Komuro Koa 3 days before the release of Miku.
There seems to be a demo showing consumers what Miku was capable of, and presumably it came from an official promotional website, because when looking at Koa's other videos, it seems like they have no affiliation with any companies themselves. Like, here's a clip of them getting brutally attacked by Potato. Now, although I say that the demo video definitely came from somewhere else, I can't actually find where it came from. But it's a given thing, seeing how this is 17 years old, and things on the internet are extremely hard to dig up from that long ago, since no one was really thinking about archiving anything back then. But we can assume it came from an official promotion promoting Miku's release. For the next few days after Miku's release, Nico Nico was filled with users creating their own simple cover songs with Miku. On September 4th, a Nico Nico user created this, the very first Miku meme, involving Miku replacing a character spinning a leak from an already existing internet meme at the time. This chibi form of Miku later became its own character known as Hatsune Miku. This video I'm pretty sure is long gone nowadays because I can't seem to find the original, but the oldest surviving one I can find is this one from just 3 days after the original Nico Nico upload on YouTube. This would be a turning point in Miku's popularity because it marks one of Miku's most iconic symbols, which would later be synonymous with her character and perception in pop culture for the rest of time. This small meme developed Miku's character in future memes and built her personality and character, something so iconic that it even gets referenced in official media and merchandise to this day, and that is her leak. Well, actually it's a spring onion, but most people have called it a leak, and it does look more like a leak than a spring onion, so we can just brush that under the rug. The popularity of this leak would also lead fans to assigning a specific character item for every future Vocaloid. On September 7, 2007, a producer-songwriter by the name of Ryo, once known as the greatest producer on Nico Nico Doga, would later go on to create the most iconic Vocaloid song in history, uploads his song by the name of Melt. And on a side note, I can never pronounce his name. Like, it's just one letter off of my own name, but for some reason it's so incredibly hard for me to say. But anyways, I actually have never heard this song before researching this video, but it is the third most viewed Vocaloid song on the entire Nico Nico site, behind Zenbon Sakura and Miku Miku ni Shite Ageru. This could be due to the fact that re-uploads of it on YouTube didn't receive nearly as many views as other songs did, and in fact the most viewed re-upload to YouTube didn't even get half as many views as the original, where other songs got tens of millions of views. So for this reason, this song probably didn't get as much recognition in the global community. Even though it didn't go viral in the West, it did in Japan, being the first ever Miku song to do so. On the 24th of February 2008, a program known as Miku Miku Dance was released to the public. Miku Miku Dance, or MMD for short, is a free 3D animation program programmed by Yu Higuchi to promote Vocaloid to the public. It allows users to import a 3D model and animate it doing anything the user wishes. There's anything from characters dancing to songs, random skits, porn, really anything that you can think of. Because of the software's free-to-use nature and the fact that you can do basically anything with it, it had a huge boom in popularity with people making all kinds of entertaining content and producers using it for music videos to their songs. MMD also isn't limited to just Vocaloid content, so it spreads exponentially outside the Vocaloid sphere. If you were an anime fan in the late 2000s or early 2010s, then there's a 0% chance that you've never seen at least one video made with MMD. Moving forward, most videos you'll see in the fandom at the time were either hand-drawn animations or MMD animations. Now let's take a little detour into the world of Utao. Utao is basically a parallel to what Vocaloid is, in that it's a voice synthesizer application, but unlike Vocaloid, it's all community built. It's developed by one person called Ameya. Instead of professionally being developed, the voice banks are made by random people. And from what I can see, you can just go and make yourself into a voice bank too. And enter Utaoloids, who are character mascots for the voice banks just like Vocaloid. And naturally, with cute anime mascots comes fans. This brings us to April 1st, 2008, where an April Fool's announcement about a new Vocaloid gets made, named Kasane Teto. She was designed by the artist Sen, and if you just look at her design, it's pretty easy to see that she was an obvious parody of Miku. She has the twin tails, although in a drill style, and she wears the exact same outfit, but just recolored. There's a lot of popular Utaloids you'll see intertwined with the Vocaloid fandom, including the aforementioned Teto and Momo, Ruko, Tae, and many more. These characters would become a big part of the growing Vocaloid community, showing up in music videos, animations, and eventually later down the line getting their own officially licensed merch. On the topic of community-created characters, we also have fanloids. Fanloids are fan-created characters for already pre-existing voice banks instead of Utao's original voice banks. They usually come from pitching a voice bank to a higher or lower pitch. Just like Utaloids, these characters would grow massively popular in the community. A lot of these characters were also just memified versions of Vocaloids, like Hatsune Miku, which we talked about earlier. Other fanloids include Neru, Mikudayo, Shiteyanyo, Mikuo. I could keep going, but there's basically an endless amount. And this is all important information we'll come back to later on. Next, we move on to arguably the most influential and famous Vocaloid song of all time. World Is Mine is a song by Ryo, along with his band Supercell. No, not that Supercell. The song absolutely blew up with over 10 million views on Nico Nico, and re-uploads of it on YouTube got upwards of 20 to 60 million views. This song brought tons of overseas fans into the fandom, and is basically the song a lot of people think of when they think of Vocaloid, or at least that's the case for me. I can't actually read people's thoughts. A few months later, a song by the name of Triple Baka was released by producer Lamaz P, accompanied by this music video. The music video shows the fanloid Aika Neru and Utao Kasane Teto, who were also used in the song, along with Hatsune Miku. Since this song went viral at the time, it boosted the popularity of the community-made characters, and they were picked up by more fans. The same year, Ryo released another insanely impactful song, titled Black Rock Shooter, that was based on the original illustration by the artist Huke. The song was so popular, in fact, that it led to Black Rock Shooter getting a game, an anime, and a lot more media. I'm not gonna spend too much time focusing on Black Rock Shooter though, because it doesn't really have much to do with Miku herself. But I still think that it's cool that an entire multimedia franchise was spawned from just one character design and a Hatsune Miku song, even if the anime is apparently shit. You've heard this song. I know you have. Popipo is a song made by Lamaz, the same person who made Triple Baka, that just consists of Miku singing and encouraging you to drink vegetable juice, paired with a music video consisting of just 2 frames of Miku doing the silly little dance. These 2 frames of Hatsune Miku dancing would set off one of the biggest trends on Nico Nico in the following months. Nico Nico users would create loads of videos of themselves doing the dance themselves, making mad videos, and just all around having fun with it. Man, I miss when internet trends back in the day were just harmless fun instead of stuff like this. The dance trend, though, could have been inspired by a different dance trend that emerged a month prior called Gedan, which was started and popularized by the one and only Lamaz. Gedan is actually one of, if not the biggest Japanese internet trends to ever exist, and it just consists of a subject flashing frames of themselves in various poses to the song Promise by Komi Hirose. After Popipo blew up, the Vocaloid fandom was in full swing at this point, and there was even a huge fanbase outside of the internet, going to some of the first Miku concerts at this time. It's probably a good time to mention the other massively popular Vocaloids too, since you'll be seeing them a lot going forward. These include ones we've mentioned before, like Miku, Kaito, and Miko, and other popular ones like Rin, Len, Rakupo, and Luka. There's way more, but these are just the most popular at the time. The only notable event in 2009 I can think of is the release of Hatsune Miku's first video game, by the name of Hatsune Miku Project Diva. Obviously, this spread Vocaloid and Miku's popularity even more, like basically everything in this video, but instead of dominating the internet, they branched out to gamers. Hatsune Miku Project Diva is the first of many games in the series by the same name, developed by Sega and Krypton Future Media. The game was never released outside of Japan, but it sold pretty well at just over 100,000 copies, and it was so well received that it allowed the game to become an entire series of games, which are still being made, with the newest one being Hatsune Miku Project Diva Mega Mix Plus, which was released in mid-2022. Obviously, every new game would get worldwide releases, and outside of the original. These games would also lead to the eventual release of Hatsune Miku Colorful Stage, also known as Project Sekai, at the beginning of this decade, which kind of brought on a new wave of fans after the Vocaloid fandom kind of died down a bit in the late 2010s, but we're here to talk about the early days of Miku, not current events. Some of the games would include fanloids, Utaloids, and other fan-made staples of the Vocaloid community at the time. It's really cool to see official products acknowledge what helped their franchise get there in the first place. This would also happen in official merchandise too. For example, Miku's Nendoroids getting Hatsune Miku and leak references, Kasane Teto getting her own Nendoroid, and a fanloid called Sonic.EXE getting multiple licensed figures. Shite Yanyo is a fan-made character by an artist named Reunite, created on February 2nd, 2010. And it's incredibly cursed. It's Miku, but she has no body and her pigtails act like her legs. Yeah, this thing is pretty weird, but apparently it's based off the lyrics of the song Miku Miku Nishite Ageru. There were actually versions of Vocaloids that were really similar to Shite Yanyo, where Miku and other Vocaloids had their hair and accessories turned into feet, but the one made by Reunite was the one that blew up and became a meme. The title of the original artwork was named Miku Miku Nishite Yanyo. The commenter shortly after its posting called the character just simply Shite Yanyo. Shite Yanyo means Shite Ageru, which in English just means to do for someone. Some things that boosted Shite Yanyo's popularity right from the beginning is when a 3D artist by the name of Dano created a 3D animation of Shite Yanyo walking. Dano is mostly known for their creation by the name of SONIC.EXE, a creepy mechanical version of Miku that I briefly mentioned earlier. I'm going to assume that Dano already had this made and just uploaded it because they saw the rising popularity of Ryuse's Shite Yanyo, because it resembles the old version of it rather than Ryuse's Shite Yanyo, and the fact that they uploaded it less than 4 hours after Ryuse's upload. A few days later, Dano posted a drawing competition on Pixiv that challenged users to draw Shite Yanyo in any way they please. I'm assuming that Dano created this competition because they just really liked Shite Yanyo and wanted it to become popular or something. I couldn't find any confirmation on actually why, but this competition blew up and got thousands of submissions, which boosted its popularity so much that Krypton Future Media officially licensed it and started selling merchandise of Shite Yanyo. Around the same time, Shite Yanyo would start getting traction on Nico Nico, where people would make MMD animations and other meme videos. Shite Yanyo would also start gaining traction in the Western internet about a year later, with fans making fan art and posting it to predominantly English websites, such as Tumblr, DeviantArt, and other popular websites at the time. Obviously, a lot of the Nico Nico content would inspire or get directly uploaded to YouTube, which really helped spread Shite Yanyo's popularity. With its massive popularity, Shite Yanyo would also spread to other fandoms, leading to artists creating Shite Yanyo-inspired artworks of their favorite characters. Next, we have one of, if not the biggest impact to the internet that Hatsune Miku directly or indirectly caused. Now I want you to think of a meme, any meme. That's right. But why would you think of Skibbity Toilet, dumbass? Try again. But think of one of the biggest memes of all time. We have the likes of Rage Comics, Doge, Nyan Cat, MLG, and Advice Animals. Now, which of these do you think originated from Hatsune Miku? That's right, none of them. I'm joking. It was actually Nyan Cat. On July 27th, 2010, Vocaloid producer Donnie Well posted a song onto Nico Nico by the name of Nya 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 Nya. That's 7 yaws, by the way. And in English, this title just means meow 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 meow. Believe it or not, every single lyric in the song is just the word nya, which was stated by the creator themselves. This song performed decently well when it was released, but it never took the internet by storm immediately, like some of the other things in this video. Though it did have a lot of covers on Nico Nico and YouTube. This is also around the time that YouTube started getting more popular in Japan, so more Japanese internet memes started to leak out into the international internet. Now, if you actually listen to the original song by Donnie Well, you'll immediately notice that something's off.
Click the right mouse button or tap the shoulder button once to zoom into a closer third-person view, and click or tap again to shift into a first-person view. Use the different camera views to get a closer look.
That's because the original version is not the version that became a meme. This title would be held by the version of Nya 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 that was sung by the Vocaloid Momo Momone. Unfortunately, I can't find exactly when this one released, other than a YouTube version from Donnie Well themselves, which was released in December of 2011. Fast forwarding from the song's creation almost a year to April 2011, a now infamous GIF, not GIF, was posted onto the site Lol Comics, a site for the artist PR Guitar Man to upload his art. Since PR Guitar Man had a sizable following at that time, the cat GIF gained a lot of popularity on multiple websites. A YouTube user by the name of Sarah June with the Momo version of Nya 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 over it. And the rest is history. Well, actually a pretty bad history because it got sold as an NFT a few years ago and the video got privated. Now, what was the original creator of this song's reaction to their song getting the success that it did? Well, over the years, they made different remixes of the Nya 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 Nya, and I'm assuming that they got some kind of royalties how big the meme got. Nowadays, they still rep the Nyan Cat stuff in their social medias, but sadly they barely got any recognition from the meme itself. You can probably find real-time tweets of their reaction to the meme on their Twitter from the time that it was blowing up too. But very recently, in February 2024, Daniel actually collaborated with McDonald's to release a Nya 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 remix for an ad for their ongoing anime-styled campaign. I guess the last thing I want to say in this section is go support Daniel for them getting mostly unrecognized for their work. Miku is one of the most popular fanloids, who is apparently officially 8 years old. Miku originates from a mascot costume created by Good Smile Company to advertise Sega's new 3DS game, Hatsune Miku and the Future Stars, Project Mirai, for a video game convention called Tokyo Game Show 2011. This costume was supposed to be a life-size version of the Hatsune Miku Nendoroid that was released a year prior, but after many fans saw the costume online, they noticed that it looked a bit funky compared to the original Nendoroid. This costume would quickly become the subject of mockery on 2chan and other popular Japanese websites at the time for being a silly, deformed-looking mascot. Internet users made a lot of photo collages, which were kind of the Japanese internet versions of image memes at the time. Originally, the costume was called Kiguru Miku, which is a pun on the word Kigurumi, which just means mascot costume in Japanese. Eventually, the name Miku was more popular with the fans, and by February of the next year, it became the unofficial name. In the following months, the name Miku would become pseudo-officially recognized, after members of Sega staff would refer to her by the name. Slowly, Miku would be officially recognized and get merchandise and be used in more advertising. And apparently, Miku is considered evil by the fans, and funnily enough, Kane-CA is the nice one, despite both of their looks saying otherwise.
Hello everyone, I'm Scott, president of Domino's Pizza. Have you heard of Hatsune Miku? Today,
for our last topic, we're going to talk about Domino's app featuring Hatsune Miku. On March 6, 2013, Domino's Japan released their app in collaboration with Hatsune Miku, known as Domino's app featuring Hatsune Miku. They promoted this collaboration by releasing a YouTube video featuring Scott, president of Domino's Pizza. And don't ask me why the CEO of Domino's Pizza Japan is an American guy, because I don't know. This video became very popular, gaining almost 2 million views across YouTube and Nico Nico. One of the main things they were promoting, the limited edition Miku-themed pizza boxes sold out across the entire country in only 6 days. These pizza boxes could be used with the Domino's app to create a live augmented reality performance of Miku. Yeah, this was peak technology back in 2013. Shortly after the release of the video, Western internet users on a small site called YouTube found the video and started memeing the shit out of it. These users found Scott's formal, but noticeably awkward way of presenting with his Miku-colored tie very humorous, so they decided to make it the next big victim of YouTube poops. Even a lot of Western news sites at the time would make fun of this ad for being too goofy or too unhinged. But the Domino's app featuring Hatsune Miku never became more than just a source for funny YouTube poops and limited edition pizza boxes. You really thought that I included this meme just because of that? You silly, silly viewer. 5 years after the success of this advertisement, it was largely forgotten as most internet memes are, but a YouTuber by the name of Nick Robinson gave a whole new audience to this legendary piece of media. Nick starts off his video by stating, quote, "For years, I have considered it my favorite YouTube video of all time. But one thing was awry. The video was gone. This one commercial that provided happiness for both Miku and Domino's fans alike had vanished." Nick continues his video, searching for what could have possibly happened to the video. At the end of his treacherous journey to and from Japan, he finally figured it out. Scott Olkers, president of Domino's Pizza Japan, the main character of the video, had retired as CEO of Domino's Japan. But that wasn't the end of Nick's Hatsune Miku Domino's journey. It was just the beginning. Sure, this video was memed all over the internet, but remember what it was originally trying to advertise? That's right, the app. Domino's app featuring Hatsune Miku, along with every other 32-bit app, was shut down with the release of iOS 11 in 2017. Now I'm going to give you an extremely brief summary of his next videos because I want you to go watch the 4-part video series for yourself, because I don't want to take any views away from Nick, since he was the one to spearhead and put all of his effort into this. Nick, along with other internet preservationists, decided they wanted the app back. And it was actually pretty simple. Nick just had to buy an old iPhone and re-download the app, since he already had it from downloading it when it came out. He, along with a couple other people, decided to share the files of the app, so now you can go download and experience it for yourself, if you have an iPhone that supports 32-bit apps, that is. However, just figure out why the video was taken down, and recovering the app wasn't enough. Something else was on his bucket list. Something that's been on his mind since before he even made the first YouTube videos. He wanted to meet Scott. After years of trying to find ways to get in contact with him, he finally got a lead, and a really convenient and significant one too. Scott, now former president of Domino's Pizza Japan's son, Mark, reached out to Nick. After a bit of chatting, Mark agrees to get interviewed by Nick about his father. One of the funniest things that comes from this interview is that Mark reveals that Scott has actually been working with Domino's in Asia since the 90s, and has been featuring in Domino's commercials for a very long time, and with him speaking some pretty good Mandarin Chinese.
Barbecue 的你记pizza 餐，需要399，打没了，打了没？饿宝宝饿，我饿。
After this interview, Nick was happy, but not entirely satisfied. He had finally secured an interview with Scott. If you want to see everything from the interview, I implore you to go watch Nick's video, which I'll leave in the description, but I did want to share some cool highlights from the interview. Firstly, Scott is apparently fluent in Mandarin Chinese, and in the late 90s, he was one of the most recognized foreigners in all of Taiwan. And secondly, the goofy and awkward gestures in the Miku ad were all planned from the start and part of the script. And that's it. You made it to the end of the video. Thank you so much for watching to the end, just listening to me talk about dumb Miku topics from the old internet. And there's so many more I didn't even get to touch on, so if you want to see a part 2, where I look at some more memes and internet stories involving Hatsune Miku, then make sure to let me know in the comments. Of course, if you enjoyed this video and want more videos like these, help out by liking the video and subscribing to the channel.
July 2nd, 2011, Nokia Theater, Los Angeles. Geekinopolis would change the world forever. But how does this happen? How does a virtual idol from Japan go from a niche on the internet to a global pop icon, loved by fans from all over the world? In this video, I'll be covering the history, cultural impact, and music of Hatsune Miku. And along the way, I'll compile a list of her most iconic songs that in the end should give you an overview of how the scenes evolved throughout the years. This is the entire history of Hatsune Miku. Our story starts in 2000 before Miku, Japan. You see, using computers to produce music had become common practice by this point, and Yamaha had created digital instruments of all kinds, except one, the human voice. The Vocaloid project was born, a music production software that allows the user to input lyrics and a melody to make a character sing like an instrument. These characters, or voice banks as they're officially called, are created using the voices of real people. And in November of 2004, Yamaha, alongside Krypton Future Media, released the first Japanese vocal library, Meiko. It took 2 years for them to release her male counterpart, Kaito. But their initial sales were low. Vocaloid was still new technology, and honestly, it was kind of hard to use. However, this year did see the launch of Nico Nico Doga, which quickly became Japan's #1 video sharing website. It wasn't until 2007, August 31, that Hatsune Miku was released, alongside 01_Ballade, a short song that was included with the software, meant to be a tech demo. At the time, its composer, Eiji Hirasawa, didn't think much of it. But unknowingly, he made history. Because it didn't take long for Hatsune Miku to become an overnight sensation. You see, Miku was the first voice bank made using the Vocaloid 2.0 engine, and she was developed entirely by Krypton. Rather than targeting their product towards professional musicians like Yamaha, Krypton set their sights on amateur producers who uploaded their songs on the internet. And their strategy worked. Her cute anime vocals alongside her iconic design by illustrator K supported her initial sales. And on September 19th of 2007, just a few weeks after release, Miku Miku ni Shite Ageru by an anonymous producer named Ika would blow up on Nico Nico. While just 2 weeks ago, Yevon Polka, a Swedish folk song covered by Miku, had become a global meme, making the diva associated with the vegetable leeks, a core aspect of her character to this day. Miku sold 3,000 copies within her first week of release, the same amount Meiko had sold in her first year, blowing every expectation out of the water. However, you might have noticed a trend among the kinds of songs that were getting popular during this time. They were pretty silly songs. Despite Miku's initial success, she was still seen by the majority of the world as a novelty or gimmick, a fun little toy for making silly little songs. That would all change when Ryo entered the scene in December of 2007 with the song Melt. Melt is still considered by many to be the most important Miku song of all time, and for good reason. The success of Melt opened the world up to the idea that Vocaloid could be a serious tool for musicians, inspiring an entire generation of future Vocaloid producers. A path had been set for Hatsune Miku. The early days of Vocaloid music were characterized by new producers, most of which had zero professional background in music, exploring what Miku and Vocaloid was. Hatsune Miku was just a voice model. Besides what was on the cover, there were no guidelines or past examples to draw inspiration from. They were shooting from the hip. Some trailblazers during this time were the Oster Project and KZ, with their breakout songs Vocaloid in Love and Packaged. These songs, along with Miku Miku ni Shite Ageru, were released within the first month of Miku's existence and set the early model for her personification. What they landed on was simple. Her name was Hatsune Miku. She loved singing and she loved you. Thus, a superstar was born. Other breakout songs during this era include Electric Angel by Yasuo and Hajimete no Oto by Malo. New producers made names for themselves, and Hatsune Miku was taking over the internet. And then one day, it all disappeared. You see, Miku had gotten so popular that major search engines like Google and Yahoo flagged the word Miku as spam, effectively deleting her from the internet. The issue was quickly resolved, but the incident became a major event in Vocaloid history when Cosmo immortalized it in one of the most iconic Miku songs of all time, the disappearance of Hatsune Miku. Launching his career as a producer. In the real world though, Vocaloid's growing popularity only carried over into 2008. Two brand new voice banks, Kagamine Rin and Len, were released by Krypton at the end of 2007 and became instant hits when Torabuta P made Kokoro, a song about the story of an immortal android girl and her creator. Kokoro wasn't the only song with a heavy narrative focus. Mati's Daughter of Evil series, which would later become the Eviliest Chronicles, were a series of songs with interconnected stories that became hits during this era, also starring the new Vocaloids. Ryo continued to release banger after banger with Love is War, Black Rock Shooter, and of course, World is Mine. Some of Miku's most popular songs to this day. Rin and Len were quickly gaining popularity too, with solo bangers like Meltdown by Iroha and Butterfly on Your Right Shoulder by Nori P. While Taito made a comeback from his initial lack of popularity with Cantarella, a duet with Miku by Kurousa P. Meanwhile, Lamas P kept the Vocaloid meme culture alive during this era with viral songs such as Popipo and Triple Baka. The latter featured Kasune Teto, a fake Vocaloid initially created by fans as an April Fool's joke, who was later turned into a real voice bank using the free software Utau, basically the free alternative to Vocaloid if you couldn't afford it, which, by technicality, makes Teto an Utaloid, not a Vocaloid. But I've always found the distinction to be silly, so she's gonna be included under the Vocaloid umbrella moving forward. Some other notable Miku songs during this era were Saihate, Clover Club by Yu Yu, and of course, Romeo and Cinderella by Toriko. Vocaloid was thriving by the end of 2008. Miku had sold 40,000 units within her first year, while the Kagamine sold 20,000. At the start of 2009, Megurin Luka was released and had breakout songs like Double Lariat by Aguaniki P, Luka Luka Night Fever by the late Sam Free, and Just Be Friends by Dixie Flatline. The Krypton 6 were complete. As the end of the decade neared, Vocaloid really felt like it was coming into its own. The community was leveling up in both music and video quality, but its popularity had only just begun. Vocaloid was about to enter its golden age. Before that, a brief interlude. This video has no sponsors, and because of music, it will almost certainly be demonetized, meaning the roughly 2 months of work that went into this video will make $0. So if you want to support what I do and see more high-quality, long-form content like this one, you can directly support me on my Patreon. I'll be setting up a Discord server for patrons soon, as well as some exclusive channel updates and progress reports on videos I'm working on. It's only $1 a month, and the money would go directly towards enabling me to make these videos long-term and full-time. Link in the description. Back to the video. The early 2010s were an exciting time to be a Vocaloid fan for a number of reasons. To start, 2010 saw the rise of 3 new producers who would go on to define a whole new era. Leading the charge was Wawaka, who had already made the rounds in 2009 with Ura Umate Lovers. But on February 14th, 2010, Wawaka became legend with Rolling Girl. Not only was his music absolutely fire, he also included topics about bullying and depression in his lyrics, which resonated with his listeners. In July, Deco Nina blew up with Mosaic Roll, which featured the brand new Vocaloid Gooby. Deco was also pretty well known by this point with songs like Ai Kotoba, but Mosaic Roll showed the world that voice banks outside the Krypton 6 could be popular too. Similarly to Wawaka, his songs had a band-like quality, making use of electric guitars with distortion, which was rare at this point. And in August, Metroshika was released by a producer by the name of Hachi, but you might know him better as Kenshi Yonezu. Metroshika blew up with his unique visuals, chaotic lyrics, and alt-rock sound, leading it to be heavily covered on Nico Nico by Utaites. Basically the answer to the question, what would your favorite Vocaloid song sound like if it was sung by a real person? These 3 producers hit the Vocaloid community in 2010 like crack in the 80s. Not only did they get a lot of views, they set trends you'll see again and again moving forward, like professional music videos, wider variety in genres, and the use of new Vocaloids. To top it all off, Miku had her first solo concert in history on 2010, March 9th, Miku Day. Because 3-9 could be read like Miku in Japanese. She'd made smaller appearances at music festivals before, but this was Miku's first standalone concert that used projection technology, bringing the diva to life on stage with a live band. This was obviously a massive deal. Watching the recording of this concert is magical and honestly never fails to make me a little emotional because there's one thing that sets this concert apart from the others that would follow, and that's the fact that the producers of the songs were actually invited on stage to play alongside the Vocaloids. Imagine how that must have felt like. Songs they probably made in their bedrooms were now being played to a live audience of thousands of people. Culturally, in Japan, Miku was spreading too. She was now appearing on TV commercials and partnering with massive brands like Toyota and Family Mart, while appearing in Google Chrome ads alongside celebrities like Lady Gaga and Justin Bieber. The Golden Age also gave us one of the funniest commercials of all time.
Once your pizza's delivered, have some fun with Miku.
2010 also saw the release of Project Diva, the first Vocaloid rhythm game put into arcades, increasing Miku's exposure to the general public. Miku was becoming inescapable, appearing on TV, video games, and in real life alike. It truly felt like Vocaloid was experiencing a golden age. On the music side, OG producers were going strong while newcomers made the scene feel fresh. Weekly Vocaloid rankings were competitive, and there was always a new hit song to look forward to. World's End Dance Hall from Wawaka is still one of the most popular duets to this day. Tell Your World by KZ was featured in the Google Chrome ad, and Sasakure P collabed with Deco to make Sang Q for Miku's 5th birthday. Besides the three pillars, the most notable producers to come out of this era were Pinocchio P with his unique tuning of Miku and fast lyrics, and Giga with his high-energy techno-pop songs. Cosmo made the intense voice of Hatsune Miku, which became an instant classic, while Lamas P released one of the most popular meme songs in Japan of all time, Fukireta featuring Teto, which was covered by hundreds of utaites on Nico Nico. This era also saw the release of new Vocaloid voice banks such as Gumi and Iya, popularized by producers like Kemu and Orange Star with 6 Trillion Years and a One Night Story, Night Patrol of Tomorrow, both viral songs. Circus P became the first Western producer to gain popularity in Japan, with his song Insanity in 2011, cementing Miku's overseas popularity, while in the same year, Jin debuted with a series of songs with interconnected stories called the Kagero Project, which would eventually be adapted into a VN, manga, and even an anime in 2014. Of course, these weren't the only ones. 40-meter piece Karakuri Piero, Ruru Lily's Brain Fluid Explosion Girl, Wonderful Opportunities Remote Controller, Hachi OGP's Weekender Girl, Maritu's Brain Revolution Girl, and Meru's Lost Ones Weeping are all classics to this day. I could go on, but my personal favorite, Michi M, also debuted in this era with Freely Tomorrow, proving to be one of the most talented new producers with his ability to make Miku sing like a real person. As for songs that went viral, Kikuo made one of the most iconic songs to come out of the 21st century. 7 letters, 1 word. Aishite, Aishite, Aishite. And Kurousa made one of the most popular Vocaloid songs of all time, Senbon Zakura. The stage had been set for 2011, July 2nd. Mikunopolis. Miku singing in Mikunopolis to a sold-out crowd in the world's entertainment capital of Los Angeles cemented Miku as a global pop icon. This concert was legendary for so many reasons. Not only was the setlist absolutely insane, but it was the first time Miku performed in America. If you were here, you weren't just hearing Miku sing, you were part of history, and I don't think there will ever be a concert like it. By the end of 2012, Miku's internet popularity was reaching new heights when Miku Miku ni Shite Ageru became the first Vocaloid song to reach 10 million views on Nico Nico, a monumental accomplishment at the time, becoming the first song to be inducted into the Hall of Myths, the highest honor a Vocaloid song could achieve. The Miku century felt truly unstoppable. But of course, no good thing can last forever, and like everything else, the golden age eventually had to come to a stop. You see, after the absolute peak of the early to mid-2010s, Vocaloid no longer felt like the hot new thing. In the years to follow, multiple factors would contribute to the fizzling popularity of the former internet sensation. Thankfully not going out with a bang, but a long drawn-out period of indifference in the era called the Miku-pocalypse. First of all, pillars of the community were leaving to pursue professional careers in music. The first big name to go was Wawaka, who stepped away from the Vocaloid scene after completing his album in 2011 to form the band Hitori. Ryo would go too in 2012 when he released his final Vocaloid song, Odds and Ends, before transitioning into producing music with human vocals under the name Supercell, having already made the massively popular ending song of Bakemonogatari in 2009. Hachi also stepped away from Vocaloid after releasing Donut Hole in 2015 to focus on his music career as Kenshi Yonezu, who I'm sure needs no introduction. Even Deco, famous for his work ethic and producing bangers at a consistent rate, only released 2 songs in 2015, compared to the 8 in the year prior. For a while, it seemed like our GOAT was washed. The release of Vocaloid V4 at the end of 2014 also dealt a massive blow to community morale when the new engine lacked support for less popular voice banks. This meant smaller producers who built their entire discographies around niche Vocaloids were pretty much screwed over, leading many to quit. It certainly didn't help that the rising popularity of YouTube in Japan was leading traffic away from Nico Nico, the home turf of Vocaloid culture. But most of all, people were simply losing interest. Vocaloid had lost its novelty, and the internet moved on to other interests, leaving only a small group of dedicated fans to keep the community alive. It wasn't all bad though. This era did see the rise of some much-needed fresh faces, most notably the Yuta Alien with Alien, Heidi Kiber with Alcoholic Underachiever, and Inaba Kumori, who primarily used the voice bank Hi Yuki and made Lost Umbrella. Put them in your notes, because they'll come up later. Chikuo and Pinocchio P, alongside Deco, eventually became the new big 3 of this era, while Maretu and Orange Star kept going strong throughout the mid-2010s, even releasing some huge hits like Mindbrand and Daybreak Frontline. The music of this era was marked by experimentation and expanding boundaries. Songs with edgier and more mature themes became popular. More and more, producers were going outside of Miku's sweet idol persona to embrace darker visuals. While producers like Utsupi explored new genres such as metal with his song Hyper Reality Show, the Yuta Alien made songs about aliens. Ironically, Vocaloid became more popular in the West during this era too.
Hatsune Miku.
There were new Western producers like Ghost and Creep P, and even mainstream musicians like Porter Robinson used Vocaloid in his music. Crusher P made Echo in 2014, which is still the most viewed English Vocaloid song to this day. Anna Managuchi released Miku, which quickly became a staple intro song in many concerts. Speaking of celebrities, massive J-pop artists today like Eve, Nabuna from Yorishika, and Ayase from YOASOBI all got their starts as indie Vocaloid producers during this era. 2015 also marked the beginning of a classic song being inducted into the Hall of Myth every year, starting with Melt, then Senbon Zakura, Metroshika, Mosaic Roll, and World's End Dance Hall. It's also worth noting that Miku Expo had a very successful tour across North America in 2016, introducing the Song Contest, which gave amateur producers a chance to have their songs featured in the concerts. Circus P won in 2016 with 10,000 stars, becoming a big moment for Western producers. Magical Mirai, Miku's flagship concert in Japan, was also held every year throughout this era with a lot of success. In retrospect, maybe this era of Vocaloid wasn't as bad as people made it out to be, but in comparison to the Golden Age, it was hard not to feel like Vocaloid was a shell of its former self, slowly bleeding relevance, going back to a niche genre only few dedicated fans enjoy. All of these sentiments came to a head when Hachi returned to Miku one last time in the 2017 song Sand Planet. The song had a fully animated music video where Hachi depicts the Vocaloid community as a barren desert, and a group of masked survivors with instruments on their backs are following Miku to an unknown destination. The lyrics makes multiple references to iconic Vocaloid songs like Melt, Mosaic Roll, and World's End Dance Hall, while Miku calls out for survivors to come out to make sure they don't leave behind any regrets. I think Sand Planet is a poignant reflection of the state of the Vocaloid community in 2017, though it did land Hashi in some drama with other producers, most notably Kurage P, who felt offended that one of the most influential Vocaloid producers of all time would depict the scene as a barren wasteland, especially when there were still passionate producers making music. But I don't think Hachi ever meant for his song to be a funeral, but rather a call to action. Hachi wanted fans and producers to hear his song and come out to prove him wrong, to prove that Vocaloid was still alive and well. And miraculously, they did. As if to answer the call, several things would happen at the height of the Miku-apocalypse that put Miku back on the grid. Starting in 2016, when Deco Nina made a comeback to the Vocaloid scene with Ghost Rule. This song blew up, but more importantly, showed us a brand new version of Deco we'd never heard before. Our GOAT was back. In the same year, Ryo made the Name of Sin using Miku for the first time in 4 years. And in 2017, Wawaka returned to give his final gift to the Vocaloid community, Unknown Mother Goose, before his tragic passing in 2019. Thank you, Wawaka. Your song saved and inspired thousands. The return of Vocaloid's four most influential producers would eventually trigger its revitalization, but the renaissance didn't truly begin until 2020, with the launch of Project Sekai. A mobile rhythm gacha game and the spiritual successor of the Project Diva series. Though receptions on the actual game are mixed, its launch brought several OG producers out of retirement to write original songs for the game, bringing in new and old fans alike, breathing new life into the Vocaloid community with the power of gambling. But the renaissance had only just begun. 2020 and the pandemic saw a shift in popular culture in general. Anime was becoming more mainstream, and the meteoric rise of VTubers on YouTube introduced the Taitei culture to a whole new audience. Hololife's cover of Fukireta having almost 50 million views alone. The fall-off of Nico Nico and the shift to YouTube was starting to show its merits too. The sheer size of YouTube allowed over 300 Vocaloid songs to reach the coveted 10 million views milestone compared to Nico Nico's 25, making it easier than ever for new artists to be discovered. On top of that, 2020 saw the rise of a new internet platform juggernaut, TikTok. In 2022, a trend on TikTok pushed Goodbye Sengen by Chinozo featuring Flower to be the first Vocaloid song to reach 100 million views on a single platform, setting a new bar which had never been possible before, the Hall of Immortality. On the music side of things, Kaideki Bear and Inaba Kumori felt like they were reaching their full potential with their most popular songs, Venom, which featured the new Vocaloid Flower, and Lag Train. This era saw its wave of newcomers too. Hiragi Kirai, Shuro, and Kanaria all helped bring new fans into the community with songs like Love Ka, Bitter Chocolate Decoration, and King, being covered by tons of popular singers and VTubers. If you couldn't tell by now, the hot new Vocaloid of this era was Flower, and many producers jump-started their careers using her. Meanwhile, the OGs were back to releasing career-defining bangers like Goddish from Pinocchio P and Gimme Gimme by Hachi OG P and Giga. And Deco. Following Ghost Rule in 2016, the GOAT went on a generational run that hasn't ended to this day. Hibana, Otome Dissection, Vampire, Salamander, and finally, Rabbit Hole in 2023 would go absolutely viral. This mix of new and OG producers consistently releasing hit songs brought back that feeling of being a Vocaloid fan during the golden age. The feeling was only amplified by Project Voltage in 2023, a collaboration between Hatsune Miku and the biggest video game franchise in the world. Not only did this bring your favorite producers together to make Pokemon-themed songs, it also started a massive art trend on Twitter, with artists drawing fan art of the different types of Mikus as well as imagining their own. This, coupled with the Brazilian Miku trend in 2024, helped Miku return to the public eye. 2024 was a great year for Miku. With the end of the lockdown, she returned to tour the world in Miku Expo 2024, which had some controversy due to the use of LED screens instead of holograms, but the sold-out tickets were physical proof that Vocaloid was back. The winner of this Expo song contest was Magical Cure Love Shot by Sawtone, which felt like a blast to the past of classic Vocaloid Tempa songs and gave us Miku Miku Beam. 2024 was also the year of viral songs. In April, Crusher P entered the Hall of Immortality when Echo hit 100 million views. In July, Shinamota's Young Girl A became the third immortal song, having gone viral on TikTok a year prior. May he rest in peace. In November, Kikuo's Aishite 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 became the first Miku song to hit 100 million views. And just a day later, Yukopi's Kyoku All Black, which had become a massive meme, also entered the Hall of Immortality. Finally, April 27th, Mesmerizer. Written by Satsuki and animated by Channel Castation, the song features Miku and Teto with her new immaculate synth vocals and blew up in ways we've never seen before. Mesmerizer hit 100 million views in just 7 months, becoming the fastest growing Vocaloid song in history. A character made as an April Fool's joke was now in the Vocaloid Hall of Immortality, a feat only 5 other songs have ever achieved. It can't be understated how much Teto's boom contributed to the revitalization of Vocaloid. Tetori's Override and Hitomania all came out within the last 2 years and are sitting at over 50 million views each. And recently, smaller producers like Jamie P have been making some awesome works. It really feels like the era of Teto is here. I think it's also a really cool coincidence that every entry in the Hall of Immortality features a different Vocaloid, sort of representing the different voice banks that became popular during each era. But throughout the years, Miku has always stayed number 1. So yeah, it wasn't until pretty recently that Miku entered her renaissance. Now she's being added to Fortnite, appearing at Coachella, and selling out concerts with no signs of stopping. In 2025, there's been a Miku movie released in theaters, and of course, Echo dropped another banger. It really feels like we're experiencing a second golden age of Miku, and I really hope it doesn't slow down anytime soon. The songs I mentioned in this video are obviously just the ones I believed had the most cultural impact on Vocaloid. It would be impossible to list every good song in a single video, and I still left out a lot of popular songs, so if there's any songs you think should have made the list, please leave it down below. I'd love it if the comment section for this video could be a place where people can discover new music. You might have noticed I didn't spend too much time speaking about any one producer in particular, and that's because Vocaloid has and always will be a fandom driven by the community. Through all of its ups and downs, it's always been the community leading the charge. The producers, artists, and fans keeping the culture alive with their love and passion, always finding new ways of evolving and reinventing itself. And I think that's what's so special about Miku and Vocaloid as a whole. It's a community that anyone can contribute to, where artists without any professional background or training are given a chance to make a name for themselves. Miku has given voice to countless artists whose passion and creativity would have otherwise gone unsung. So to end this video, there's only one thing left for me to say. Thank you. Hey guys, hope you enjoyed the video. Big thank you to Vocastats, whose videos I referenced a lot as I was doing research for this. I honestly don't know if it would have been possible without the work they put in. I linked their channel in the description, so please go check them out if you want to discover even more Vocaloid music. If you enjoyed this video, consider checking out the Patreon, where for just $1 you can directly support what I do. But with that, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Lord.EXE lore has just been revealed, and it's actually really interesting. Lord.EXE's Amy vessel is actually transgender, but it's told in a very natural way. As revealed in the Sinister Minds interview, the song Beauty represents Lord.EXE talking to Amy. He gives her the body that she once. But the problem lies within Lord.EXE's words because, well, it's Lord.EXE. He obviously doesn't mean well by this. This is canon to Lord.EXE. Moving forward, it'll be a more show, not tell kind of thing. Lord.EXE will have a victim regardless and doesn't care. He knows he can sense weakness. He knows that you're struggling with this, so he's going to use that against you. This goes for anything. Personally, I find this really interesting and cool, but let me know what you think down in the comments below. Lord.EXE, a future incarnation of 2011 who has grown older yet remains sinister. Surprisingly, I haven't made a video talking about just Lord.EXE aside from my video relating to FNF. However, in this video, I'm going to be talking about what is known in canon made by JoeDoughBoi. Who exactly he is, who are the Guardians, what are his goals, and I'll also be talking about Sonic the PC port, and a really good FNF mod that mimics the style of the PC port that I thought was worth mentioning in this video. But that'll be geared towards the end, so let's get into who exactly Lord.EXE is. Lord.EXE, or simply X, is the outcome of 2011 becoming older and learning to fully control his abilities. This entity was created in the void after immensely high amounts of energy, X himself being formed out of antimatter and gaining sentience. Before becoming fully Lord X, he creates the Guardians and develops even further into his power. While Lord X is playing his games, his Guardians watch over the rest of the world, keeping it in check. While they do make appearances every once in a while, that is their ultimate goal. At least according to the wiki and for now. Lord X's goal is to take what is rightfully his, or what he believes to be rightfully his, humanity. He is to rule over everything and control everything the way that he sees fit, because in his eyes, humans are his. But before discussing the Guardians, I feel it's good to get the source material where Lord X kind of became popular and where he's probably going to be represented the most. And that, of course, is the Lord X PC port. Or just PC port. The PC port is actually quite short, I think only being around 7 minutes long, but it shows us exactly what we're in store for and gives us a bit of insight as to what we can expect in the future. In this game, we play as Alan, a trapped soul placed inside of Tails. Now, it's worth noting that the events of 2011 are canon to this timeline, and we are returning to play with X once again, just now a bit differently. The gameplay here is very EXE-like. You walk in one direction, there's a chase sequence, but Tails loses his, well, Tails, poor guy. Man, it's always Tails. He's always in pain or losing something. I mean, the fact that this thing just ate his tails. After a few spooky encounters, after Tails might lose his life, it closes. Upon opening it again, we are met with this iconic screen and messages that flash for a split second. It turns out that it's Tails trying to communicate with us, though Lord X doesn't like this very much and closes them the moment they open. And it leaves us with the infamous message that follows EXE fans everywhere. I am God. In the updated version, this happens. And it shows us the character select screen we may see in the future. The game itself is actually pretty creepy. I think we can expect a good amount of stuff unrelated to FNF in the coming future, and I'm really excited to see what this character ends up becoming, if anything at all. Because as it stands right now, I actually like Lord X and his design. He has a specific demeanor to him. But what a lot of people find interesting is his minions, or rather extensions of himself, which of course this being the Guardians. What roles do they play, and what do they represent? While Lord X is playing his games, he has the Guardians watching over the rest of the world and keeping it in check. While they do make appearances every once in a while, that is their ultimate goal. It's worth noting each Guardian is an extension of Lord X himself in some way, as stated previously. The Guardians are as follows. Kito, the Guardian of Prayer. Kenno, Guardian of Disgust. I'm going to mess up some of these names. Let me know down in the comments. Kofuku, Guardian of Joy. Gekido, Guardian of Rage. Zetsubo, Guardian of Despair. Kyofu, Guardian of Fear. Yokubo, Guardian of Desire. What's pretty cool about these is that each of them, as you heard, have their own title next to their name, pretty much saying what they represent. Each one of these guys also have voice actors. Since we're going into what is known about Lord X at least a little bit, I'm going to be talking about each one of these Guardians. So let's get into the first one, Kito, the Guardian of Prayer. Kito keeps all worshippers of Lord X and himself in line. He resides within a temple where tons of people worship the statue. This design is honestly pretty eerie, and the only thing that moves about Kito is his tongue. That's the only thing that can move. People worship this thing. I mean, I'm not trying to go against it, so I get it. We have Kenno, which is the Guardian of Disgust, and I can see why he's named this. My boy looks like he is disgusted by everything, because he is. So much so, in fact, his entire body devolved into a mass of void matter. Oh, so just me looking in the mirror then. I'm okay, guys. As stated in the name, Kenno is the extension of Lord X's Disgust. And in turn of that, my personal favorite Guardian, Kofuku, is the Guardian of Joy. Considered to be the friendliest Guardian, This friend is one you'd be joyous to have. Shifting his face to be human to appeal to his audience, this guy loves attention and never feels anger and never feels unhappy. For this is joy incarnate. I mean, yeah, he does look a little creepy, but he's like the only friendly guardian. And if I had to encounter any guardian, it would be Kofuku. Yes, would it be hard to keep up and play with them? Like, yeah, dude doesn't get angry, but it's still very powerful, mind you. Okay, this isn't like they might hurt you accidentally because they're so happy, but if I had to pick, I would pick Kofuku. Plus, I like this design. Just looks like a guy you could be friends with, really. One who may not be as friendly is Gekido, Guardian of Rage. Despite his name, he seems to be reserved a lot of the time, but his face has been permanently disfigured due to their outburst. Now, the reason I say he's not as friendly is because he's unpredictable, and I feel like that is scarier than him being mad all the time. When you think Guardian of Rage, you would naturally think somebody who's always mad, but that's more predictable. But when this guy can just blow up randomly, that is what is terrifying. Though, it's pretty funny because apparently this guy runs like a meat factory. I do like his design. I just thought like his meat processing plant is a thing. I don't know if that's true or not. It says it on the wiki. It's a little funny, right? Great design overall. I think I could say that for every one of these, but I like his little hat. He has a little hat. The next up is Setsubo, the Guardian of Despair, only speaking in rhymes. Underwater is where you will find them, but beware as to not shine your light on them. This is the strongest guardian in terms of psychological torment. Best not to encounter them and remain dormant. Okay, that was a little cringe, but you get the idea. Zetsubo talks in riddles. While all of these are asexual and without a gender, this one is a bit more feminine. Why? It actually represents an anglerfish, and how anglerfish have little lanterns on their head, and I'm pretty sure it's only the female ones that have that. You do not want to run into this thing because it has the power to absolutely send you through mental anguish. Zetsubo may be bad. I think the one you wouldn't want to encounter the most is actually Kyofu, Guardian of Fear, because Kyofu targets victims' body parts they are fascinated with, taking it and putting it onto themselves, calling it a collection. Not only that, but this creature can also shapeshift. It does so quite a bit. It could also shapeshift into your best friend, shapeshift into your parents, could shapeshift into anything. But there is another one. I mean, I wouldn't want to run into any of these, like, technically speaking. Moving on, last but not least, Yokubo, Guardian of Desire. Put the most arrogant, cocky person you know into a supersonic wannabe, and you got Yokubo. The strongest out of all the Guardians, and one you will want to punch, like guaranteed. I will say, I think Yokubo has one of the best designs and fits. You could just tell, right? This guy is egotistical. You can look at this guy and go, yep, that's a narcissist. I don't know what it is about Yokubo, but to Yokubo's credit, right? He has one, the strongest Guardian, and two, has probably the best design out of all of them. Debatable, really. I like that they went for like the Golden Sonic kind of look. And those are all 7 of the Guardians. More will come out as time goes on, and there could be some things that I missed, but I'm going off the Sonic Oddities wiki to get my information. I decided to share a few fun facts that I thought were pretty interesting about them because, honestly, Lord.EXE having Guardians, while he may be able to do everything, he doesn't want to. So having the Guardians, he's able to keep people online when he needs to. This character has layers, and it shows that Lord.EXE has emotions. So let's get into some fun facts about Lord.EXE. Lord.EXE is canonically 3'3" and 77 pounds, which is actually kind of funny. You still don't want to mess with this guy. It's not really funny when he's teleporting or has blood coming out of his eyes. Fun fact, he also only bleeds out of his eyes when he's excited. Lord.EXE cannot perceive fear in any way, as he enjoys the sensation of being uncomfortable. Ever wonder why Lord.EXE looks the way he does? Well, that's because Lord.EXE is a decayed version of Sonic, due to Lord.EXE inhabiting his in-game sprite and causing rapid decomposition to it due to his antimatter physiology. So over time, Lord X would cause this body to decay because it would just shed its skin. Despite calling himself God, Lord X doesn't believe himself to be one. The phrase, I am God, is merely him mocking religion. Lord X's diet consists of the souls of his victims and meat taken from the victim's corpse. He doesn't need to eat, but he does. Lord X also knows how to play the piano, which we actually see in X's Lament, which I don't know I'm pretty sure that this song is canon, but it's a really good song. While not technically Lord X does know how to play the piano. Lord X will only give certain victims he enjoys playing with the Sonic form. Once his vessel fully decays and dies, he will exit the original vessel and enter the Sonic vessel of one of his favorite victims. This is a twisted way of bonding for him. Aw, what a guy. See, Lord X, honestly, my problem is that Lord X just seems like a kind guy. He's like, welcome back, old friend. You know, he's basically saying that he misses you, he tortures you. But I mean, like, aside from that, you know, he's a really great guy. You know, he's just trying to bond with you, you know? Lord X doesn't have toes. Yeah, okay. Lord X was initially canonically friends with Majin, MX, MCM, Squidward, and Hypno from Hypno's Lullaby. This has since been retconned due to Joe's desire to take Lord X's story more seriously. In the same post this was announced in, it was stated that every single appearance Lord X had in FNF related media isn't canon to his character. This of course includes Tricool, which was formerly stated to be canon. It isn't anymore. Speaking of Friday Night Funkin', let's get into that mod I was talking about earlier. This mod is Game Over Mix Lord X Edition by AMP or another normal person. I don't know if I said that. I know I said the name of the mod weird, but it's Game Over Mix and it has Lord X instead of what was initially MX. But don't let it fool you because this mod is absolute quality. Fully equipped with the starting cutscene, ending cutscene, and a bunch of other mechanics I'm going to talk about, this mod is 100% worth your time and has an absolute bop. So, here we start off with Boyfriend getting tossed through a coin. He gets up and is greeted with a bloody-eyed Sonic. But we all know this isn't Lord Sonic and soon reveals himself to be Lord X. This song is absolutely menacing and there's a few things I want to talk about. So, first of all, the sprites are already amazing and the way that this mod is structured is just so cool. It references the source material so well, even including a chase sequence. Now, this mod has multiple endings as well, that being 3 of them technically. And when you lose, you're locked out of the game forever. Like, you can't go back into it unless you completely delete it and then reinstall it. And it can be pretty difficult. So if you miss too many notes, you'll get the bad ending and you'll be kicked out of the game forever. If you keep missing notes and you lose all of your lives, you'll get the bad ending and this screen will show up. Same with if you get the bad ending without hitting as many notes as you need to, as there is a threshold that you need to meet. If you fail to do that, if you fail to hit all the notes but you survive through all of the song, well, this happens. And in Lord X fashion, we are treated to a note. Should you hit all of the notes that you need to, you'll get the good ending, where Girlfriend comes in to save you, and Lord X is a little mad about that. I wanted to quickly mention this mod, as I know there's like tons of other Lord X mods that I could have talked about, but this one references the PC port, and I thought that with it being so accurate to it, and with it being as high quality of a mod, I had to mention it, okay? There's also a segment in this where you can run back and forth as Boyfriend, which is so cool. And this is actually where you can get the third ending I was talking about. If you run into the lava segment here over and over again until you run out of lives, instead of the usual game over screen, you get a charred looking Boyfriend, and instead you are locked out of it. And Lord X tells us that Boyfriend's soul is his forever. The majority of this mod was made by one person, that being AMP, with Still the Fox helping with with a tiny bit of coding and also voice acting Lord X. If you're looking for a fun, short experience, depending on how good you are at FNF, this is definitely the mod for you. And it references the source material to a T, even including a section with the Guardians. And that's so neat! And the way that it changes scenery and the way that it executes, it's just so good. It's so peak. And that, my friends, is Lord X and a little bit about his character, about the PC port, and I'm so excited to see what they do with this character. I just wanted to give a brief summary in case people were curious, as I know that this information could be a bit niche, as you might have to go out and look for it. But I wanted to include who the Guardians are, what Lord X is, and what his goal is. And also to mention this FNF mod because I think it's honestly just that quality. That being said, thank you guys for watching. Subscribe if you haven't already, and I'll see you guys next time.
You continue to intrigue me. I can't wait to play again. Back to the quiet. Don't worry, you are still playing by the rules. Have a nice ball. The fires await you, old friend. Remember me, a second chance, the same mistakes. You continue to intrigue me. I can't wait to play again. Back to the quiet. Don't worry, you're still playing by the rules. Have a nice ball. The fires await you, old friend. Remember me, a second chance, the
don't stop. Yo, bounce.
What island could I do? What island could I do? What island could I do? What island could I do?
needed some with some bop. Let's go. I'm unorthodox than a mother.
Did you know? Little Big Planet went through 3 major changes between the initial pitch and the final game. In January 2006, Media Molecule created the first version of Little Big Planet, entitled Craft World. This version of the game was a 2D side-scroller featuring the character Yellowhead, and this was the idea that was originally pitched to Sony. It was also going to feature dual sticks and no buttons to be used for all the movements in the game, but this was scrapped for obvious reasons. Yellowhead makes an appearance in Final Little Big Planet as a playable costume, and in Media Molecule's new game, Tearaway, seen sitting in front of the MM logo. The next version of the game utilizes a 2.5D world made completely of sponge, where the world could move in all directions, but you could not. This was also the phase where they started to move away from Yellowhead and start to create a sack-like character. There's a poster of this phase that stated the game would feature a Nightmare Before Christmas style. This also shows in more detail what the character would have looked like. The last phase before the final game did not allow you to rotate into different planes as the previous version did, but still allowed you to move objects into any layer. There are still parts of this feature left over in the final game. Through glitching, you can still move objects into any layer, but your sack person will not move into these layers. This is also the phase where the official title was called Little Big Planet. There were many small changes between this phase and the final game. For example, the puppet originally did not exist. You had to jump to different paintbrushes and other tools to create. This had limited range, and a second player had to use a jetpack to let you edit areas out of your normal range of creating. The next puppet design was based on the PS3 cross-media bar and was scrapped because it wasn't fun to navigate. The last puppet design before the final had a similar functionality to the current one, but it had a more balloon shape. It would stay where you opened it instead of moving to the side of the screen. It did not have sections to distinguish costumes or stickers. The next change was the pod. It originally had a strange glass dome shape, and the pod itself went into the level you selected to play. While the pod was like this, they also had a different intro sequence to the pod and an unknown narrator instead of Stephen Fry. Score bubbles used to appear as spherical sponges that would explode in a similar fashion to the splat animation in Little Big Planet 2 with a xylophone sound effect. This sound effect was changed to a pop sound effect before being replaced with the current score bubble. There is also one more score bubble revision, but only exists as an icon left in the game. Little Big Planet was delayed because of controversial lyrics in the song Tefe Nyang, which translated, the lyrics say, "Every soul shall have a taste of death, and all that is on earth will perish." The song is still in the game, but the lyrics have been removed. Sackboy went through many changes before his final design. Starting from Yellowhead, he slowly molded into the form we know him as today. He was bigger, more squarish, and more beanbagish, with some rather strange variations before the final design. Costumes were added to be part of the game somewhat early on in Sackboy's design, where some pretty interesting concept art is shown with Sackboy as the prince from Katamari and even Mario. One more interesting thing to note about Sackboy is that the create mode and the pop-it used to be inside Sackboy's zipper. There are 4 backgrounds that were supposed to be in the game, but were cut before release for unknown reasons. These include Russian Theater, American Midwest Train, Japanese Window, and English Seaside. Interestingly enough, all of these themes have finished ambient sounds and their own songs. These songs, however, were all released as DLC in the form of the MM Music Pack 1 and the Monster Kit. The music for these themes were Ghoul Party for Russian Theater, Well Trained for American Midwest Train, Wise Owl for Japanese Window, and Tea by the Sea for English Seaside. The most known of these themes is English Seaside, which can be seen in a gameplay trailer and in various screenshots. There are a lot of things from early versions of Little Big Planet that are still in the code in the final game. One of these is the ice hazard or ice material that would work by trapping you in ice after a amount of time, where you would then have to shake your controller to get out. This was scrapped because it just never worked right. However, in the game's code, all of the sound effects are completely intact, and there is an ice-looking material that may have something to do with the hazard.
Some other things left in the game include this early control screen, as shown in this video, but it still has its textures in the final game. Here are some early icons that are also visible on video, and this lava material that is still completely functioning in the final game but not obtainable from the story. Other icons left in the game are a list of numbers with arrows that are divisible by 16, some early Poppet icons from the XMB style Poppet, some hand-drawn icons including a picture of a developer's head and a character from the movie Flubber, and Windows XP and OS X icons with a color wheel and fonts, pointing that the game's story levels were created on a computer instead of in the game itself. The POG computer used to be simply called Pewter, as seen in various screenshots and pictures, but was changed before release. However, the original Pewter texture is still in the final game. The Info Moon also was planned to be called the Info Fridge, but was changed for unknown reasons. There is also an unused pod theme that was eventually used as the pod theme of Little Big Planet 2. There are a few emitters in the game that use very strange symbols as the objects emitted. One of them is a picture of Arnold Schwarzenegger from a scene in the movie Total Recall, and another one is a small metal creature that is actually found in the emitter of the Paintinator after some major glitching to reach it. There are some 3D models in the game that are never used anywhere. They are a slanted felt tree, a gray springboard with some paper clipped to it, a radio tower with no textures, a wooden stick, and a creature that is referred to in the game's code as Walker. One final 3D model is a glue splash. This was thought to have been used to stick objects together earlier in development, but was scrapped by simply holding X. Similarly, there are some unused pictures in the game. They are a blue square with symbols in it, an orange box that says position X, an odd shoe print looking shape, a faded globe, a water texture, a picture of a building with blue stuff below it, an early loading icon, a HUD test, and finally a knot. This knot could have been another connector like a piston or rod, but was most likely replaced with string. There are also two unused stickers. There are an ice cream truck and a gothic fence. There are 3 pieces of DLC that were never released. They are the Bee costume, the movie director costume, and the MM Pick Rosette. There is also an early version of the Sephiroth costume. This costume has been released, but has been updated, so the old version was never released. I'll have more information on these in later videos. That's all for today, but don't...
Did you know? Little Big Planet began as a game called Craft World. Little Big Planet's developer, Media Molecule, was founded by ex-Lionhead Studios employees, and Craft World was their first project together. Craft World was similar to Little Big Planet in that it was a side-scrolling platformer with physics-based puzzles, though its art style was very different from the game it would become. The title's controls were partly inspired by a game the team made back at Lionhead called Ragdoll Kung Fu. Craft World was unique, however, in that the player only used analog sticks to move. The left stick controlled the main character's feet, and the right stick controlled their hands in order to do things like jump, grab, push, pull, and swim. From the very beginning, the option for players to create and share levels was the core of Craft World. When the time came to pitch Craft World to a publisher, however, Media Molecule downplayed the creation aspect, as they were unsure if it was a good fit for a console game. Contrary to these concerns, the idea was very well received, and Sony agreed to fund the game's development for 6 months. Sony eventually asked to publish and further fund the game in exchange for PlayStation exclusivity and the ownership of the franchise. The game's protagonist was originally a simplistic character named Mr. Yellowhead, but as full development began, Craft World underwent drastic changes. The character went through several redesigns, leading to a group of characters called Craftlings, who would eventually become Little Big Planet's Sack People. Despite being replaced, Mr. Yellowhead would live on in the form of an unlockable costume in Little Big Planet. Some pieces of concept art reveal other early costume ideas, including ones based on the Prince from Katamari and even Mario. The game was also planned to have 3-dimensional gameplay rather than simply traveling from left to right. However, this less restrictive design actually made development more difficult. The game didn't come together until the team focused their efforts on layer-based side-scrolling gameplay seen in the finished product. Little Big Planet was initially set to launch in mid-October of 2008, but the game ended up being delayed just days before its release. This was after Sony Europe received a report that one of the game's tracks, titled Tapa Nyang, contained lyrics from the Quran. After being contacted by a displeased Muslim group, Sony chose to delay the game so they could address this issue. This was a tough call to make, as the game had already been shipped to retailers at this point. Many copies of the game had to be recalled and replaced with an updated version that had the potentially offensive lyrics removed. The track was kept in the game, but it was replaced with an instrumental version of the song. Sony also released an online patch for players that managed to get an early copy of the game. Any serious backlash was avoided, but some criticized Sony for complying. Zuhdi Jasser, the president of the American Islamic Forum for Democracy, told Edge magazine that Sony's willingness to bend on the issue went against freedom of speech. As a series focused on customization with a vast array of features, the Little Big Planet games inherently come with a large amount of unused content. While the final version of the first Little Big Planet includes 8 playable themes, remnants in the game's data indicate that there were at least 4 more themes that didn't make the cut. These themes were called English Seaside, Russian Theater, American Midwest Train, and Japanese Window. Little is known about these themes, as almost all of their assets were completely removed, but the ambient noise track for each theme can still be found in the game's files. In addition, parts of an English Seaside level can be seen in early gameplay trailers. Background music tracks for these 4 unused themes were later released as downloadable content in the MM Music Pack and Monster Pack. Little Big Planet also contains an unused hazard known as the Freezatron. A working version of the hazard can be seen in a pre-release build of the game. When the Freezatron is touched, Sackboy is frozen in a block of ice, which the player would have to break by shaking the controller. While the hazard did technically work in-game, it created problems during network play and was even seen to cause slowdown during single-player mode. It's possible to put the Freezatron in the player's menu via hacking, though there are no means of actually using it. Other bits of leftover content include a creature called a walker, a springboard that has functional physics but an unfinished model, a radio tower, and a dab of glue that was meant to be used as a tool for sticking objects together. There's also a plastic egg that was originally used to hold prizes before being replaced by prize bubbles. As a possible holdover from when the egg was still part of the game, collecting all the prizes in a level will cause the sound of a rooster crowing to play. Perhaps the most unusual leftover from development is a picture of actor Arnold Schwarzenegger from the movie Total Recall that was used as a placeholder preview image. Several unused costumes can be found in the game's data. One of these is a costume based on the famous motorcycle stunt performer Evel Knievel, which can be seen in early screenshots of the game. Other unused costumes include a Bumblebee, which was intended to be part of the Design a Sackboy DLC pack, and a movie director costume including a black beret and clapperboard that was likely meant to be part of a video-making contest. The game also contains pieces for costumes based on the Big Daddy from BioShock, Ratchet & Clank, and Sephiroth from Final Fantasy VII. While these costumes were not used in Little Big Planet, they would be made available in the game's sequel with some slight redesigns. The Game of the Year edition of Little Big Planet also contains information relating to a Parappa the Rappa costume, though there are no actual assets for it in any version of the game. There are a number of assets and data strings from early versions of Little Big Planet 2 that are also present in the first game, which could mean that this content was planned to be part of an expansion for the original Little Big Planet. Additionally, Little Big Planet 2 contains voice clips from an early version of the story mode. The clips have different voice actors than the final version, possibly for placeholder purposes, and reveal that the story's villain was originally not going to be the Negativitron, but instead Avalon. Little Big Planet 3 has unused voice clips as well. They appear to correspond to Little Big Planet Hub, a free-to-play game that was announced in 2013 and scheduled for release later that year. Hub would have included a limited selection of playable content from Little Big Planet 1 and 2, as well as compatibility for DLC from other games in the series. The game was confirmed to still be in development as of 2014, but has not been mentioned since, and appears to be cancelled. The Seaside Surprise level kit released for Little Big Planet 3 contains content that was meant to be exclusive to Hub, suggesting that work done for Hub may have been rolled into the later Little Big Planet 3.
know? The Sony PlayStation we know today is the result of a deal gone bad between Sony and Nintendo. By the late 1980s, compact discs were becoming increasingly common as a source for media storage for music and video games. Cartridges, like the ones used in the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, could only usually hold around 8 to 16 megabits of data. A CD-ROM could hold 320 times more than that, over 600 megabytes on a single disc. In 1988, Nintendo announced a partnership with Sony to produce a CD add-on peripheral for the Super Nintendo in an effort to advance the console's capabilities. But this wasn't the first time that Nintendo and Sony had worked together. The history of the two companies collaborating started with an engineer at Sony. During the development process of the Super Famicom in Japan, Nintendo expressed the need for a sound chip for their new console. The engineer, named Ken Kutaragi, immediately accepted the offer. Sony had almost no involvement with the video game industry at that time, but Kutaragi developed an interest in video games consoles after watching his younger daughter play the Nintendo Famicom. Without the permission of the board members at Sony, Kutaragi worked in secret developing the SPC 700, a sound chip that would later cause the SNES to outclass all of its competitors in audio capability. When Sony executives found out what Kutaragi had been working on, they wildly disapproved. It was only because of the support from CEO Norio Oga that Kutaragi was allowed to keep his job and continue the project. The chip was finished and shown to Nintendo with impressive results. The success of this collaboration is what originally spurred Nintendo to initiate the partnership and development of the SNES CD-ROM add-on, with Ken Kutaragi at the head of the project. The contract that Sony negotiated with Nintendo did not only include plans to develop an add-on for the Super Nintendo, but also allowed for Sony to develop their own branded console that would play Super Nintendo games and upcoming SNES CD games. Additionally, this contract gave Sony a large amount of control over software licenses for games produced on the SNES CD format. This deal was rumored to have made Nintendo uneasy, leading them to secretly negotiate a more favorable contract with Sony's rival, Philips. Then, at the June 1991 Consumer Electronics Show, Sony revealed the Nintendo, quote-unquote, PlayStation. One day later, Nintendo announced that they were cancelling the contract with Sony and they were going to partner with Philips for their CD-based peripheral instead. Sony's CEO, Norio Oga, was infuriated and considered Nintendo's action to be a humiliating betrayal. Then the rest of Sony's board members wished to cease all involvement in video games after the contract with Nintendo was broken. But Ken Kutaragi told Oga that the PlayStation project could be salvaged and produced as a standalone console. Out of spite, Oga insisted to the board that Sony continue working on the PlayStation, and he wholeheartedly supported Kutaragi's plans. Nintendo's deal with Philips was also eventually cancelled, and no CD-ROM add-on for the SNES was ever released. However, due to some original negotiations with Nintendo, Philips was given the license to publish video games on their own console using Nintendo's flagship characters. This led to the infamous Philips CDI games, Hotel Mario, Link the Faces of Evil, Zelda the Wand of Gamelon, Zelda's Adventure, and the unreleased Mario's Wacky World. These games were critically panned, and Nintendo doesn't acknowledge their existence to this day. The hardware that Ken Kutaragi chose to utilize with the final design for the Sony PlayStation resulted in the most impressive video game console the world had seen up to that point. Sony correctly predicted that 3D polygon-based games were the wave of the future. The PlayStation was released in Japan on December 3rd, 1994. It was the second console of its generation, competing with the Sega Saturn, which was released 1 month before the PlayStation. The Sega Saturn also had 3D capabilities, but was not directly tailored for that type of gameplay like the PlayStation. Competitively, the PlayStation was also $100 cheaper than the Saturn, retailing at $299. Another unprecedented aspect of the PlayStation was the controller. Almost every other console controller before it had used letters to represent the different input mechanisms, but the PlayStation used the symbols X, circle, triangle, and square. The controller was designed by Sony's Taiyu Goto. Goto explained that the symbols were originally meant to indicate universal functions for game designers to implement into their games. The triangle button refers to the viewpoint. I had it represent one's head or direction and made it green. The square button refers to a piece of paper. I had it represent menus or documents and made it pink. Then the circle and X buttons represent yes or no decision making, and I made them red and blue respectively. Another prototype controller featured a diagonal T-shaped alignment of rounded trapezoid-shaped buttons. One design looked remarkably similar to a Super Nintendo controller and featured 3 small buttons underneath a larger button. The PlayStation logo also went through numerous iterations. Over 3 dozen designs were drafted before Sony settled on the final appearance. Besides thoughtful design, Sony knew that in order to be successful in the market, they needed quality games. In an effort to court developers, Sony designed the PlayStation to be easy to program for. Additionally, Sony provided a large budget for marketing and charged a small $10 per game licensing fee for full-priced games. Almost 100 studios had signed licensing agreements with Sony before the console was launched, and it's estimated that over 300 game projects were planned or underway. The console that would go on to be the biggest competitor with the PlayStation, the Nintendo 64, was delayed multiple times and wasn't released until a year after Sony's console, effectively giving Sony a head start in the market. Also, the Sony PlayStation was the first console to sell over 100 million units worldwide. Then, in 1996, it was announced that Squaresoft, developer of of the Final Fantasy series, would break their exclusivity streak with Nintendo and sign a deal with Sony instead. Their decision, in part, was due to the lower production cost and larger storage space offered by the PlayStation hardware. In 1997, Sony lowered the barrier of entry for development by releasing a special version of the PlayStation called the Net Yorose. This console was available as a promotion to computer programmer hobbyists, and it came with extensive documentation, special software, and no region lockout. It allowed anyone who was interested in doing so to program games for the console, albeit with their own computer. It sold for $750 and was released in Japan, North America, Europe, and Australia. Also, the boss-level Polygon Man from PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale was actually the PlayStation's original mascot in 1995. He was meant to demonstrate the power of the PlayStation with his polygonal design, but he was dropped shortly after the system was announced. This was reportedly because Ken Kutaragi went absolutely insane after seeing him at an E3 booth and wasn't pleased with the character. Did you know? The design of the PlayStation 2 is extremely similar to an unreleased Atari personal computer called the Falcon 030 Microbox. This was the last PC designed by Atari before they refocused their efforts on the Jaguar gaming console, which went on to be crushed in the market by the original PlayStation. There are references to the Falcon 030 Microbox in the design pattern for the PlayStation 2, which was filed in December 1999, 6 months before the PS2 was launched on March 4th, 2000. The outer design of the PlayStation 2 was created by the chief art director of Sony's Creative Center, Taiyu Goto. Goto explained to CNN that his vision was to give the PlayStation 2 a style that would be popular all over the world, so he chose a blue logo on a black surface to represent the blueness of the Earth surrounded by the blackness of outer space. At this time, Sony had many lofty goals for the PlayStation 2. In early press statements, CEO of Sony's gaming subsidiary, Ken Kutaragi, revealed that the PlayStation 2 could function as a home server. He also stated the console would use a new distribution system for music and movies, and that Sony was even preparing an internet music streaming service for the console. Sony never ended up providing streaming software for the PlayStation 2, so it wasn't until the release of the PlayStation 3 that the world could stream media on a PlayStation system, except for Brazil. Netflix released a disc for the PlayStation 2 in the Brazilian market only, for customers to stream movies and TV shows. Another PlayStation 2 feature that never really panned out was the upgradable firmware. Sony had planned to distribute official update discs that installed files on a memory card. This update system was only used once officially, and it was seemingly abandoned after that. It is possibly because the update wasn't permanent, as the PlayStation 2 lacked internal memory. So when the memory card was removed, the system reverted back to its previous version. The update feature would go on to be used as an exploit by hackers to run homebrew software and ROM files. However, it turned out to be much easier to just use the PlayStation 2 as a home computer. Sony sold an official Linux installation kit that included the operating system, a 40GB hard drive, an Ethernet adapter, and a mouse and keyboard. Of all the forward-thinking features on the PlayStation 2, one of the most surprising is the fact that it was actually capable of playing games in HD. 4 PlayStation 2 titles were released with support for 1080i high definition through use of component cables. The PlayStation 2's lifespan, however, wasn't without its own series of setbacks. Early on, many PlayStation 2 owners were subjected to numerous game-breaking disc read error messages. The worst of these cases resulted in damaged DVDs and CDs. This was actually the case of a class action lawsuit which Sony settled by giving those who qualified one free game and $25 off repair costs. Another hardware mishap occurred in 2002 when demand for PlayStation 2 memory cards completely dominated the supply, resulting in what fans dubbed the Great Memory Card Famine. This was partly due to Sony's failure to renew licenses with third-party memory card manufacturers like Mad Catz and their inability to meet market demand on their own. Another public relations disaster happened when the PlayStation 2 became the repeated target of war-related media coverage. Early on, the PlayStation 2 was thought to be so powerful for a consumer-grade device that fears emerged it could be used in a terrorist plot. In Japan, the PlayStation 2 was the first game console to face export controls under the Foreign Exchange and Foreign Trade Control Law. According to the law, products that could be used for military purposes cannot be exported out of the country without a special permit. The PlayStation 2 was placed under this category because it was a powerful computer that could theoretically be repurposed in any way, including military. Sony was granted permission to export the consoles to any region of the world except Iran, Iraq, Libya, and North Korea. Fears arose again in the United States when media reports spread the then Iraqi president, Saddam Hussein, was stockpiling 4,000 PlayStation 2 systems to be weaponized. These reports were quickly brushed aside, though, because they turned out to be entirely false. An investigation from a UK intelligence agency found these claims to be baseless. One source close to a UK government intelligence said, "This is complete cobblers. For a start, the suggestion that there's a shortage of standard PC hardware in Iraq is silly. PCs are commodities like cars and washing machines, and they can get as many P3 and P4 PCs as they like, sanctions or no sanctions. Moreover, that kind of sophisticated capability requires unique software that would have taken years to develop after the PlayStation 2 debuted." Some of the first series of advertisements for the PlayStation 2 are remembered for being very strange. They had bizarre, trippy visuals and didn't highlight any of the system's features. This is because Sony commissioned surrealist film director David Lynch to create the commercials. They were pitched with the idea that the PlayStation 2 is a gateway to another world called The Third Place, where experiences are beyond expectation. Sony of Europe commissioned David Lynch because they felt he was the only one who could communicate this abstract idea. The PlayStation 2 firmware contains a few interesting secrets. The white towers seen in the PlayStation 2 startup animation are representations of save data from the user's memory card. They're rendered on the screen in real time according to the number of save files and the size of each file. Also, the strange spinning orbs on the main menu are actually a clock. This is evident by the system configuration menu, in which the orbs and 12 glass-like pillars can be seen, with one lit up according to the time. One of the most creative uses of the PlayStation 2's internal clock was in Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. When facing the boss character, The End, if the player saves the game in the middle of the battle and waits over a week before playing again, The End will have died of old age. Of course, it's also possible to change the system's date a week ahead to get the same result. Sony claims that over 10,000 games are available for the system, and support for the PlayStation 2 extended throughout the duration of the PlayStation 3's life cycle. In fact, the PS4 launched in 2013, the exact same year the last two PlayStation 2 games ever were released, FIFA 14 and Pro Evo Soccer 2014. Currently, the PlayStation 2 holds the record as the single best-selling video game console ever, having moved over 157 million units worldwide. The PlayStation 2 was so popular that one man in Britain had his name legally changed to PlayStation 2. The 29-year-old man, formerly known as Dan Hose, had such a strong attachment to his PlayStation 2 that he even tried to marry the console. The man said to the BBC, "I joked about marrying a PlayStation and asked a few vicars if they would do the service. They didn't seem too keen." That's all for today, but don't forget to subscribe to Did You Know Game. Did you know? In 2010, the United States Air Force created a supercomputer out of 1,700 PlayStation 3s. When all the systems were linked together, the PS3 cluster was capable of over 500 trillion calculations per second, which made it 50,000 times faster than the average laptop at the time. The Air Force created the PlayStation supercomputer because it saved them between 10 to 20 times what they could have paid for a system with the same capabilities. Being repurposed into a supercomputer was good press for the PS3, but the console hadn't always been the subject of such positive attention. Starting with the unveiling of the console itself, the PS3 was criticized for reusing the logo font from 2002 Spider-Man movie. Gamers generally thought it was lazy and unoriginal. Surprisingly though, this font may have inspired the actual design of the PlayStation 3. Back when Sony made the PlayStation 2, its logo was squared off and rectangular to match the shape and design of the console. The PlayStation 3 logo was one of the first design elements created for the console, and according to PlayStation designer Taiyo Goto, the curved typography of the Spider-Man font may have been the motivating force behind the shape of the PS3. Also ridiculed by gamers was their new controller, which was dubbed the Boomerang by fans. Sony later explained that the Boomerang was just a design concept and was designed around how the controller felt rather than its appearance. Sony then later revealed the more traditional-looking 6-axis controller, which was again criticized by gamers. The 6-axis had a lot of new features like wireless Bluetooth capability and motion sensing, but it lacked rumble feedback. Despite defending the 6-axis by claiming the rumble was last generation tech, Sony eventually replaced it with the rumble-enabled DualShock 3. At launch, the high price of the PS3 also became a point of contention with fans, but ironically the system sold for years without Sony making a single penny of profit. According to an industry market intelligence firm, Sony potentially lost over $200 on every early sale. Sony repeatedly told investors and press that setting the retail price lower than the manufacturing cost was a strategic choice because they expected the cost of making the system to drop rapidly over time. However, by the end of the 2000s
2007 fiscal year, Sony posted an operating loss of almost $2 billion, and there was a lot of pressure to turn these numbers around. In April 2007, Sony Gaming CEO Ken Kutaragi announced that he would retire. The press was quick to blame the controversies and profit loss, but Sony International released a press statement saying that Kutaragi had been planning his retirement for a while and it had nothing to do with the PlayStation 3 sales strategy. Under a new CEO, Kazuo Hirai, Sony released a 40GB PlayStation 3 model that sold for $100 less than the 20GB model. This version had a few components removed, including the PlayStation 2 Emotion Engine CPU, which was originally included to enable compatibility with PS2 games. With backwards compatibility removed and falling prices for microprocessors, the production costs of PlayStation 3s were halved by January 2008. By August 2009, Sony was able to manufacture PS3s at $240 per unit, meaning after almost 3 years on the market, the systems were finally profitable. The PlayStation 3 was the first major commercial application of the Cell multi-core microprocessor. The processor was designed to bridge the gap between conventional desktop processors and more specialized high-performance processors. But many developers found the hardware very difficult to work with at first. Famously, Valve's Gabe Newell called the system a total disaster to develop for. Over time, though, developers slowly adapted and began utilizing the system to its full potential. One example is Hexadrive's HD port of Okami on the PS3. It's actually rendered in 4K resolution and then downsampled to 1080p in real time. Sony also used the PS3 to push their proprietary Blu-ray disc format, which helped lead to a crushing defeat of the HD DVD. Aside from offering a larger storage capacity, Blu-ray discs are also scratch resistant. Early designs for Blu-ray discs were particularly vulnerable to scratches, so the first Blu-ray discs were actually encased in cartridges for protection, similar to floppy disks. But the cartridges made an already expensive medium even more expensive. So the designers opted to use an ultra-hard yet very thin polymer coating to protect the discs because it was a much cheaper alternative. One of the earliest promotions of the PS3 played for an audience of 16 million during Game 4 of the World Series of Baseball. The commercial itself is remembered for being very strange and confusing. It featured a crying baby doll and a floating PS3. Sony America's Vice President of Marketing, Peter Dill, called the ad the ultimate Rorschach test, referring to the Rorschach int block test. According to Dill, the commercial doesn't have any specific meaning. It was intended to be vague so the viewer could interpret the message in a personal way. Later on, PS3 ads became a little bit more lucid and straightforward. One of the most popular ad campaigns involved a fictional employee of Sony named Kevin Butler. He became so well known that Sony actually received requests for interviews from journalists who didn't realize he was just a character. Kevin Butler even caused an international uproar after a joke in one of his commercials.
You can't believe everything you read on the internet. Otherwise, I'd be a Nigerian millionaire by now.
The line was intended as a reference to the notorious Nigerian prince scam emails, but the government of Nigeria took offense to the joke, calling it an unwarranted attack on the reputation and image of the country. Sony issued an apology to Nigeria and immediately pulled the commercial from the air. They later created a replacement ad that changed the line to,
"You can't believe everything you read on the internet." That's how World War I got started.
Kevin Butler was presented as the face for Sony and PlayStation 3 for a few years, but the character was quietly removed from the spotlight after the actor who played Kevin Butler was sued by Sony for trademark infringement. The actor, Jerry Lambert, made an appearance in a Bridgestone commercial that included a promotion for Mario Kart Wii. Sony claimed to sell products other than those from PlayStation misappropriates Sony's intellectual property, creates confusion in the market, and causes damage to Sony. As part of the settlement, Jerry Lambert agreed not to appear in an ad that features any other video game or video game company. The PlayStation 3 was part of the first console generation to adopt online capabilities as a core feature, but Sony went through a series of growing pains as the PlayStation Network became a target for hackers and identity thieves. The first major hacking scandal happened in 2011. A sustained criminal cyber attack occurred from April 17th to April 19th. On April 20th, Sony was forced to shut down the PlayStation Network and it stayed offline for 23 days. It was one of the largest data breaches in history, with over 70 million PSN users' personal information potentially compromised. Sony issued a formal apology, provided $1 million in identity theft insurance for every user, and gave everyone free games for PS3 and PSP. The attack cost Sony $170 million. The second major cybersecurity scandal happened in 2014, very shortly after an unrelated cyber attack on Sony Pictures Entertainment by North Korea. Near Christmas time, both the PlayStation Network and Xbox Live were targeted by a group of hackers who brought the networks down to deliberately ruin the holidays for gamers. They flooded the PlayStation Network servers with fake traffic, a technique called the denial of service attack, which made it impossible for regular users to log on. The same hacking group also tweeted a bomb threat at an American Airlines flight carrying the president of Sony Online Entertainment, and the plane had to make an emergency landing. The FBI launched an investigation which led to the arrest of several hackers, and Sony offered inconvenienced users discount codes on the PlayStation Store and free extensions for PlayStation Plus members.
Did you know? The PlayStation 4's online sharing features were inspired by Dark Souls and Demon's Souls. The franchise let players leave messages for other players asynchronously, so even though they weren't playing directly with friends, they still felt like part of a connected community. The PlayStation 4 controller was also partly designed by Bungie. After separating from Microsoft in 2007, Bungie worked with Sony regarding exclusivity and early access content for Destiny, and Sony took Bungie's suggestions on how to make the DualShock 4 controller better for Destiny and shooters in general. The PS4 development kits sent out before launch were codenamed Orbis. Although the title Orbis was eventually replaced by PlayStation 4, the name's influence can still be seen. The official name of the system's software remains Orbis OS. A new feature for the DualShock 4 is the light bar, which spans across most of the controller's back. The light bar was made to distinguish individual players through the use of solid colors, as well as to allow the PlayStation camera to detect the position of each controller. However, a large amount of players found the controller's light to be overwhelming. This irritation created an entire market of third-party light bar dimming stickers, and even prompted Sony to issue a system update to the PS4 which allowed the controller's brightness to be adjusted. Shuhei Yoshida was asked on Twitter if a future update would allow the light bar to be turned off completely, to which he simply responded, no. Sensing the rise of live streaming as an online phenomenon, Sony prioritized video recording and streaming as one of the PS4's main features. The start and select buttons from the DualShock 3 were dropped in favor of a single function options button, and a share button was added to coordinate these features. The PlayStation 4 always records gameplay in the background, while a second custom chip in the system exclusively handles video encoding and network features. The Xbox 360's Red Ring of Death is the most infamous console hardware failure in recent history, but the PS4 also had a similar phenomenon occurring at its launch. Referred to as the blinking blue light of death, this particular manufacturing defect is estimated to affect 0.4% of PS4s and caused the device to get stuck in boot up. Sony ended up creating a page on their official support forum to troubleshoot this specific issue, but if none of their advice corrected the problem, Sony promised to replace the console entirely. The PlayStation 4 supports the playback of DVDs and Blu-rays, but unlike the PS2 and PS3, it doesn't support the playing of audio CDs. The PS4 also didn't support MP3 files at launch, but due to massive outpouring from users, Sony added the playback of MP3 files via USB with firmware update 2.0. This update allowed music to be played during gameplay, but did not allow the copying of music to the PS4's hard drive. Sony stated that they wouldn't be opposed to adding CD playback in a future update, but declined to add it in update 2.0 due to time constraints. Speaking of software, there's a small secret in the section of the console's code. Kazuya Sakakihara, a software engineer who worked for Sony during the creation of the PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4, left his name within the PS4's hard drive. The location of his name in the code is unusual, as names are often left in a separate area for storing comment data, often in as abbreviations or initials. However, in the case of Sakakihara, his name is left in full within the middle of the data, unencrypted. And it's not known if this was intentional or not, as Sakakihara's name is also misspelled. Although Kazuya is no longer with Sony, his name will quite literally live on within the PlayStation 4. The PlayStation 4 fell into controversy in late 2015, being accused of serving as an ISIS recruiting tool, with some even going as far as to say Sony was providing asylum to ISIS members via its online services. This paranoia was likely due to a statement issued by Jean Jambon, Interior Minister of Belgium, regarding the console. Jambon stated, "It's very, very difficult for our services, not only Belgian services but international services, to decrypt the communication that is done by a PlayStation 4. The PlayStation 4 is even more difficult to keep track of than WhatsApp." Circulating this controversy, Forbes reported that the ISIS terror attacks on Paris in November 2015 were planned by members of the organization using the PlayStation 4's messaging features. This report seems unsupported, however, as there is yet to be any confirmed link between the Paris terror attacks and a PlayStation service or product. Forbes later amended the article with a short preface that read, "It has not been confirmed, as originally written, that a console was found as a result of specific Belgian terror raid." Minister Jambon was speaking about tactics that he knows ISIS to be using generally. Sony responded to the controversy saying, "We take our responsibilities to protect our users extremely seriously, and we urge our users and partners to report activities that may be offensive, suspicious, or illegal. We are committed to taking appropriate actions in conjunction with the appropriate authorities and will continue to do so." But perhaps the biggest controversy regarding the PlayStation 4 relates to its built-in augmented reality app known as the Playroom. This application shipped with all PS4 consoles and uses the PlayStation camera to allow players to interact with virtual elements superimposed superimpose into their actual room. Some users discovered that by using this application, they could broadcast the room itself to sites like Twitch and Ustream through the PS4's live streaming features. This has allowed for more controversial streams making their way to live streaming sites, which, although uncommon, have included nudity, sex, drug use, and other incriminating activities. Despite any controversy or software setbacks, though, the system has sold over 40 million units. Even more impressively, over 1 million PlayStation 4s were sold in just the first 24 hours of the system's release. This makes it the fastest-selling video game console in history. The PlayStation brand as a whole has done remarkably well, and to commemorate the 20th anniversary of PlayStation, Sony created a PS1-styled grey PlayStation 4. Only 12,300 of these consoles were created. There were also close to 1,500 PlayStation 1 games released in North America between 1995 and 2004, and if all of these games were copied off their discs, they could all fit comfortably on the PS4's default 500GB hard drive.